Mute that. There we go. Awesome. And I can do some of these. Yep, working so far so good. Then I can do one of these moves. I believe it. Click save. Does that work? Yeah, perfect. Okay. Then I will move this up. The screen. Transition. Perfect. Pretty sure. Alright, did some checks, did some volume adjustments. We should be good to go. Hello everybody though, welcome to the stream. This is fun. I'm excited. I'm usually excited, but I mean, I like art. I like studying. I like design, so I'm revved up. This is, oh boy, I am not sure if this approach is gonna work, truth be told. I've seen it. No, well, I've seen people do different things. And I always ask myself, well, I don't ask myself, but I ask, how do people come up with it? How do they make things? How do they study? How do they design? How do they create? And I try to replicate it, and sometimes people have tutorials. Sometimes they're tutorials on YouTube. Sometimes they're tutorials on, for example, maybe, was it Twitter or X? And on there they have images. But for me at least, I learn best when I can see something, hear something, and do something. I know that's a study method or a learning method. Kinetic? Maybe it's kinetic. I know, you know, let me look it up right now. But before I do that, let me copy over to here for a second. So I can reset this. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. Okay, and I'll move you back here. Perfect. Okay, and now let me look it up. It is usually called the styles of learning. STY, styles of learning. There we go. You have your auditory or kinesthetic, your visual. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Clicked on an overall thing. You've got your visual, your auditory, your kinesthetic, and your read and write. For me, at least, when I'm learning, I need to do all three. When I'm reading, I need to have I guess reading, looking at something is visual styles of learning. When you're looking at something, you're reading it. For me, when I'm reading, I get very sidetracked easily. So I need to have, I listen better and I understand better when there's an audio, like an audiobook. So when I'm doing when I'm reading books, I'm going through books, I like to have the book in front of me and to read it and to also have the audiobook. If I'm reading just the book on its own, I don't really pick up a lot. If I'm listening to the audiobook on its own, I also don't pick up a lot. So I need to have both senses tingling. And something I noticed recently is also if I am like I said, kinesthetic. So if I'm physically doing something, so I'm physically turning the pages of the book, I'm physically maybe highlighting the book, unless it's a library book. But those sort of things. It's nice to know which way you learn best, because then you can apply it to your studies better. That's why I do these studies. I do them by watching videos, I then do them by reading articles, I do them by applying, do a little bit of everything, so I reach all those touch points to help me better, to help me better consume. I mean, that's pretty good. Consume, to put it in my brain sponge and suck it all up. Let me close this. This music's... sounds like battle music. We aren't going to battle. Let me see if I can shuffle it a little bit. Oh, wrong button. Shuffle. Let's see what we get. That's not too bad. It's pretty dark too, though. Looking for some... that one's pretty good as well. Let me see. Got this one. And that one is... there we go. Some more vibey sort of stuff. And hello, welcome. Haven't started just yet. We will start when we're... the timer. Is it this way? Or is it this way? This way, that timer, down on the corner. Welcome first time, though. Is it Tool Shed? Or would you rather just Tool? Where was I? Talking about learning styles, yeah. So in mentioning learning styles, it's best if you understand what you're good at, understand how best to work, and if you can do that, then you can better suck up that information. And in, for example, if you're an auditory reader or an auditory learner, and you're trying to go through with writing, physically doing something, and you can't, well, you can, but you're not effective. And when you're trying to learn, you're trying to be effective. You're trying to make sure you understand that information. So when it comes to, or at least for me, back in school, when I was in college for this game design stuff, game programming, I learned, but I didn't learn a lot because the information, the way I was receiving it, for me personally, was really hard to take in. It was a lot of reading. It was a lot of reading without any audio. And because I need all three, the reading, the writing, and so on, it didn't stick. What stuck was when we did Zoom calls, things of that nature, where I could see what the teacher was doing, see what the teacher was doing, hear the teacher, interact back and forth, and then on my other screen, I could have the program or the code to the other side. So I could test the code myself, write the code, speak, hear, and touch. So I was meeting all of those, and that's when I started to get better overall at just school programming in general. Oh, timer's done. Okay then. Let us go to the next page. One momento, por favor. Now let's see, what music can I come up with? Maybe this one? This one sounds very jungle-y. How about this one? What do we have? Okay, I got a better idea. Let's do... instead, I go back to studio mode. Will there be some Blockbench or Godot streams in the future? Yes, 100%. I don't know about Blockbench, but definitely Godot. I tried Blockbench a few weeks ago for the first time. I liked it, how simple it was, but I think it'll mostly be Blender, just because Blender seems easier overall to work with compared to Blockbench. There aren't really a lot of tutorials and documents on Blockbench, so it made it really hard to try to understand, so to speak. But definitely Godot. I plan to make all of my games in Godot. So we're gonna program. Next week, actually, I found you on YouTube because of the donut video. Yeah, I hope you liked it. Because I'm not a fan of the way Blockbench looks, I was looking, not Blockbench. I don't like the way Blender looks. Blender looked very complicated, head hurt, didn't want to read. So I tried out Blockbench. Blockbench is great. I'm thinking I might use Blockbench, or at least try to get familiar with Blockbench in the future, just because somewhere down the line I want to mod Minecraft, and Blockbench will probably be better to use as a program than doing it in Blender. So yeah, but down the line, probably gonna do Blockbench, but I'm gonna, yeah, Blender for the first time. It's so much, it was really overwhelming. It was overwhelming, but it's not too hard once you get the hang of it. I think what makes Blockbench so much nicer when I first found it was low poly. I didn't know at the time, but the reason I didn't like Blender was because all of the Blender stuff is high poly. But when you're working with Blender in low poly, it's a lot simpler, it's a lot kinder to the soul. And it makes it you can do more in Blender than in Blockbench. I like Blockbench, but Blockbench has a lot of limitations. It helps when you're doing, for example, Minecraft, but if you're trying to do other stuff, Blockbench has a lot of limitations that I ran into. Like you can see with doing the donut. Low poly and texturing it is. Blender has plugins you can use to just draw on the model, like you can do with Blockbench. So there's workarounds, and I think using those workarounds, it's gonna be a lot nicer to do Blender, but I definitely am not dropping Blockbench, just because I did like it. I like the look of it, and if only it was a little bit more wider, open, how would you say that? If only it was less restrictive, that's it. I feel like if I had made the donuts, the low poly version in Blender, it would have been quicker, it would have been simpler, and I would have had a lot less of a hard time and spent not an hour trying to learn how to make a 3D star, for example. Ooh, this music's nice. Okay. With that answered, we have a lot on our plate today. I mean, a lot. I say a lot, but you'll be fine. We have our overview, which is right now. I will go over some resources you can use, some resources I used in just coming up with this idea, coming up with where to go, what to aim for, so to speak. We're going to talk about shading in general really quickly. Then we're going to try to create our own icons. Yeah, icons, items, that's better. We're going to try to create our own icons. That's what number 4 is, our attempt 1. Our goal overall is just to create items. And I have some items chosen here at the top, which are arrow, pickaxe, sword, book, slime, apple, mushroom, egg, honeycomb, wheat, and sunflower. When people usually do icons, pixel art related, usually it's RPG or food. Those seem to be the 2 topics, or 2 genres? Would it be genres? Genres or styles. When you're, most games or most pixel art stuff I see is related to ore, for example, or weapons, or food. I don't really see, and you can see here even, we have weapons, an arrow, pickaxe, sword. We have food, apple, mushroom, egg, honeycomb, wheat. I tried to choose items that were a little bit of everything. If you do have an item idea, I'm more than willing to hear it. These were just some of the ones I came up with. Let's see, after just followed? Thank you for following, Yuki. Is it that it or is just Yuki? Now let's see. After we do that, our first attempt, then we are going to take a field trip. I didn't want to call it a field trip, but it's more of I'm taking you on a trip. I got a surprise place I want to show you. Hello. I have a surprise place I want to show you. That's a field trip. After the field trip, we're going to take notes about the field trip. I'm sure it's a little surprise, a little something I made up. And after we take notes on the field trip, then we're going to try again to make these items. So hopefully, we'll be able to compare our first attempt with our second attempt and see that we've made progress. That's the goal. Now that covered, let's go ahead and talk about resources. And let me go ahead, I'll just subtract this. And then I can open up the screen. Perfect, okay. And studio mode, I can bring us to bum bum. Hide this, show this, and then I can bring you to this screen. Transition. Wonderful. So on here, on my YouTube, if you go to my YouTube, and I can link it in the description as well, since there's a lot of people on Twitch. 1 second, and I can link it to you. Make it easier so you don't have to go searching. Boom, boom. My channel, open link. And then I can do manage videos. After manage videos comes editing video. Well, we have our live. Okay, edit. And then, where's it at? Okay, right here. And I will paste it. As soon as it lets me. There you go. That is in the description of the YouTube. You can also click that as well. Let me go back to the screen here. So either using that link or going to the live that's up on YouTube. You click it. Oh look, that's me. You go down here. We have some links. We have items. That's the most important one. You click this items, and this is, when I usually do my studies, I try to gather a lot of resources. That's basically what this is. It's, if you want to start doing something, these are the things I would recommend. These are the things you can look into to maybe help you, and hopefully just push you in the right direction. I haven't drawn items before, so this is my first time going in, first attempt. And when I'm trying to get better learning and understanding, so by doing that, I'm showing you this, which is usually what I do for my private studies. I'm hoping this sort of study session, we can all learn something and we can all start somewhere. Here though, this one's pretty simple, less than what I usually show. I say that, I've only done this once. All it is there's a playlist that I have, that I've looked. These are videos that I found to be the most helpful for me. I've gone through them, I've looked through them, I've taken notes on them. Not many notes though. Beforehand, I've showed my notes. This time around, I didn't think there was a need to. These are pretty simple, sweet, and short to the point. Your idea here? What did you miss? Not much, not much. We're just getting into the general overall, what we're gonna be up to today. You missed nothing, but welcome, Bert. Here, I'm just going over the study document that I have. I think you can see the study document. Here, I have the playlists of what I looked at, things that I found helpful. For example, this video talks about sizing things. Nice, how are you doing today? I'm doing great, I'm really excited. This is, oh boy, that's great. Let's see, Pixelart sizing. I think this is a good exercise overall. We can click it here. Oh, if it'll let me click it.
Why take less?
And it is an ad. We can do this overall. What you do is you take an item. It's a great exercise. You take an item and then you slowly, bit by bit, make it smaller and smaller. And by making it smaller when you're doing pixel art, you're taking what's most important and you're shrinking it until you can just go no more with being small. So for example, this is more of a 1x1 comparison to the Switch. This is a little less, a little more less, and even less. So it helps with, if you're not sure where to start with making items, this could be a good approach. Just, how can I draw this thing? I think in here he also shows an example of a radio. And in this one, he does a stylized version from, I forget which game, but he takes a color palette, a stylized version, I believe it was Pokemon. He takes a radio, looks at what's important to draw for the radio, thinks about different perspectives, and it's just overall a really good watch, and it's very short. Let's see. This video was just general tips and tricks. I found them pretty useful. Here he talks about outlining, which we will be getting into. Here is about sizing, intermediates, techniques, examples, just general helpful things to deal with pixel art. He also talks about recommendations for tools, recommendations for websites. So if you don't know where to start, these are good places to start. Next up, we have shading. This is something we'll cover. I thought it would be good to just have this up here to show tips. After that, this is a game developer who's working on a game currently, and he just goes into how he designs his icons. I thought this was helpful as he goes through the process. So you can see bit by bit, how he comes up with his final progress. How he comes up with his final product. There we go. He goes through dividing, and this is what we'll basically be doing. This is just an overall. And now, I don't know if you're looking, but you might be curious. We have painting over here. It's not pixel art. And that's because I think when people want to do pixel art, they sometimes want to avoid the regular methods of drawing, whether it be traditional or be digital. And I wholeheartedly get that, and I agree that pixel art is a wonderful place to start. Compared to other ways, it's easy to pick up, but it's very hard to master. And I recommend going through at least these videos and considering doing painting. Consider getting into painting, just simple painting studies. For example, this guy just goes over his process for something really simple such as an egg. If you want to make good pixel art, you have to understand art. You can't skip it. You have to understand color. You have to understand lighting. Originally, this stream was going to be about lighting and shading, and it's still lighting and shading, but I thought making it about items would be a great way to expand it, make it a little bit more palpable to the tongue, so to speak, as items. This is an item, technically. It's an egg, but how do you draw the egg? How do you style the egg? And I think by taking from real life and painting, it's a wonderful way to slowly understand. He takes you through it. All you can do is just have a painting and make a painting. And that's what this one also is. It's just same way in a different language, taught in a different way. Again, it's just painting, talks about color, and making simple paintings. I think they're delightful. You don't have to do a lot of paintings, but it's a good way to get to know color. It's a good way to get to know light. And if you can understand color and light, it'll help your pixel art a lot. I've found. I've only done a few paintings, but actually, I might be able to show you a painting if I can find it. I don't believe I have it on hand, unfortunately. That's that for the playlist. Now let's talk about articles, websites, and links. Now, I have talked about this previously, so I'm just gonna gloss over it. Just something of note. When I did my first study stream, I brought up this document, so it's a link to my other document. Here, there's a lot of resources, a lot of websites, and you can look over that later. I just want you to pay attention to a few things. I want you to pay attention to this one, the Pixel Logic by Micah Farr. I've talked about it before. I wanted to have options where you didn't have to pay. But I think this is a worthy investment, this book at least, as you can look through the free preview. He does offer a free preview, but in this book specifically, he covers what we're going to be covering. So it goes more in depth. I did take a screenshot of one of the images, not the entire page section, but if you want more information, if you want someone who can just see examples and is talking about it, he has a section in this book that goes over it. And I think it's explained very clearly. That's that. Here is a free article you can go to, and it talks about what we're going to be doing. Lines. Lines are very important when it comes to pixel art, but especially important when it comes to items. He goes in and he talks about jaggies, which are an anomaly in pixel art, or at least you can have jaggies if you want. Jaggies are just basically, they make the pixel art a little bit more muddier. Some people enjoy drawing this way. You can see after this area, for example, when these pixels are gotten rid of, it makes the line less thick. And usually with pixel art, the simpler the better. So when you can get rid of doubles or jaggies, it makes the pixel art a lot clearer. Here we have, let's see, yep, talks about, now this is what we're going to be talking about especially, is ways to color, ways to style, ways to make something. I have this in my other program. I'll just show that here. he talks about ways to style step by step, and this is good. This is gonna be the process we're gonna follow today. We're gonna make a sketch, clean up. After the cleanup, we'll add the base color, shading, and then after the shading, we'll add the color and anti-aliasing. And now, you might be wondering, what is anti-aliasing? I didn't know either. I only found out about it maybe a month or two ago. A month ago. Which is, it's weird. It's something you have to slowly learn to understand. I don't hear people talk about it a lot. Or at least, I've been trying to learn pixel art for the past 2 years, maybe? And in all of that time, I never knew about anti-aliasing, for example. So I think these resources allow the topic to be discussed further for people who didn't know to know and give people a place to start and understand. After those articles, we have itch.io. Now, hold on. I've talked about this before, and I had some links before. Itch.io is a wonderful website, especially if you're trying to get into games, game design, game assets. Here, I linked to some free assets you can download, you can look at, and these assets are items. We'll be working in 16 by 16 for our items. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, I was hoping it didn't make it smaller. 16 by 16, you can look at items such as swords, staffs, bows, shields, spellbooks. They have all these items and you can download them, and then you can look at them and study them. One thing I noticed when trying to learn pixel art was that I would see a lot of pixel art on, for example, maybe YouTube or Instagram or Twitter, and I would see these wonderful art pieces, but it's so hard to break them down compared to regular digital art, because when you're working in pixel art, a lot of people ask, hey, what size is this? Hey, what canvas size did you use? And it's hard to tell with a glance how big something is. So just having access to the files of the sprites, files of the icons, it makes it easier to reference. It makes it easier to study and understand what goes into something you might like. But if you're a little bit lost, I suggest looking at itch.io, looking at some of these packs. Some of them are paid, some of them are free, and take a look at the free ones. See if you like them, download them, study them to your heart's content. And these are 3 of them. This is the last one. There's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of cool things here. So just go through and find something in a style you like. That's all you really have to do. Just start there, I'd say. Let's close this. Close that. That is that for this. Let me pull back up our agenda and go back to this screen. There we go. All right. So we went over our overview. Now we're going over, well, we went over our resources. Now let's go over shading base looks. This will be, look, easy. You'll be fine. Okay. I want to bring up, what screen do I want to bring up? I want to bring up the screen. Yeah. Yep, this is totally a screen. Yep, Itch is great if you are trying to get started. Even if you want to test your skill. Even if you want to test your skills, there are a ton of game jams going on all the time you can join. Exactly. Let me swap it over here. Game jams are just a great way overall to try something new without being too committed. Gives you a chance to also make up a portfolio. Now, where is my concept? Got a copy here, paste here, Minecraft, not that one, copy. There we go. I think what a lot of people run into is that they have a hard time getting started. And so because they don't know where to start, they never start. And that was a problem I always ran into. That was something I always struggled with. Here we go. Transition again. So because you don't know where to start or where to go, you just end up not doing anything. And that's really unfortunate. Yep, you too, yeah, it's hard. So I'm hoping, especially with streaming, it forces me to take action. I can't just not do something. For example, last week, didn't do much pixel art, but I'm doing pixel art now because pixel art. Here is what I wanted to discuss on that $10 book I was talking about, this is a image of it. Pixelart's wonderful in the way that the subtlest or smallest changes make a big difference. This is, hold on, let me get my pen out. If it'll turn on. Oh, there we go, perfect. Here are, this is the same exact, oh, that's too big. Let me make it smaller. Like this, okay. Here are, it's the same exact image. Let me slide it over a little bit. This is the same exact image, but it looks different in the subtlest of ways. Well, it says it on here. I should have crossed it out. For example, though, here, well, it says it. No outline versus black inside. There's black lines here versus none here. Since it's readable on screen, I won't say too much, but this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be trying and comparing and contrasting and seeing what subtle changes we can make to change items, to change the way our items look. For example, here, these are both colored, but they're different. This one has lighter colors up here. This is all one single color. I've talked about it before, but this YouTuber, Brandon James Greer, had a wonderful sheet to look at. Let me make sure it comes down a little bit. There we go. Wonderful sheet to look at. Here are some sprites with no outlines. Here are some with black outlines. And they almost look like they're made by different people. But it comes down to the style. You have your black outlines, you have your colored outlines. So if you don't know where to go, where to start, you can consider these options when it comes to your icons. Let me undo this. And this is what we talked about here for Pedro. Hope I'm saying that right. Where this is black outlines, black exterior, black interior. And just by changing the exterior just by changing the interior black, it changes it completely. It gives it a different look. And it comes down to your preferences. Some people like the black harsh outlines. Some people like it when it's really smooth and it flows better. For me personally, I've found that I like it when it's more of a colored. Somewhere here, depending on what it is. This is my favorite type of art style when it comes to pixel art. A lot of the older games are more on this side, where they're black contours, black inside. And it gives it that charm, but it wasn't my favorite. And that's why I never really ended up playing those games to begin with. Which is probably why I'm only now getting into pixel art, as it's become a bigger topic. People are playing it more, people are talking about it more. And that's probably why it's expanded. And I think that's great. Now that we've talked about this here, let's do some of this on our own. I'll bring you over to a sprite. Who's here? There we go, a sprite. And I'll pop my A sprite open so I can see. I will make a new layer. Let's change up this music now that we've had relaxing times. Maybe 1 second. Try this. Professional transitions. Professionals here. We do everything by the book. So prepared? Thank you. It's a learning process. You'll learn very quickly. It's not all professional. Okay, let's see. Go back this button and change it by doing that button and this. There we go. Should be good to go. I go back to here and bump that up to here. Look at that. Now we have our audio, music. And okay, we're good. Thought I could hear the music twice. And I can go out of studio mode. Perfect. Okay, so looking at what we just looked at, let's briefly discuss the colors and shading. For example, let's maybe do a red ball. How does that sound? Red ball like this. This is a ball. How would we make a red ball? Maybe like a dodgeball, for example. You might say, or actually, let me look them up. Dodgeball. Images. Okay. Here. Let me see if it'll let me drag it on screen. Perfect. Never mind. It changed its mind about allowing it on screen. I don't know if you saw it for that 1 second. Let me delete it and save it. And then we'll try again. Save image as Dodgeball in my downloads. Perfect. And then, this was a goofy song, it was. It was a blink and you'll miss it type of thing. Yeah, very goofy. I like the goofy ones. Let's see. Downloads. Perfect. Okay, it shouldn't disappear. That's it. We're good. And I will make that smaller. We're just gonna, well, I'll make it bigger first. What are the things you noticed about the dodgeball? If you were to draw this dodgeball, where would you start? You can notice, actually, let me do it this way. We'll go back to concept. I will click on my concept, open up my concept, and I'll drag it in here, that way I can draw on it. It said that way I can draw on it. Oh boy. Maybe I can drag it like this. Perfect. Okay. What are the things you noticed about the dodgeball? What are things, if you were to draw the dodgeball, where would you start? How would you do it? You can see it's clearly red. Let's write that down like this. Thread. You might pay attention to the fact that there is a lot of light coming. Let me make this here. There's light here. Maybe we might say, oh, there's light there. All right. Well, what about all of these little lines that come from the dodgeball? How would you draw those in? And Pixelart is, well, why I love Pixelart so much is that it takes something like this, and now you have to make it simpler. What's the simplest way to do this? And I think if we were looking at this dodgeball, you might not even draw all these lines because of how small, depending on how you make it. So if we were to make this, and we go back to here, where is it at? A sprite? There we go. If we go back here, here's our dodgeball. Let me make this a little smaller. We can still see what we're doing. I'll put that guy over there. Okay, so we have our dodgeball here. Maybe what we can do is add some. Let me pull the dodgeball up on. I can see that. Truthfully, the smaller the better. You might do, let me make this smaller. Up here, like that. You might say this is like a shine from the dodgeball. You might be inclined to do something like this. And that's a good start. Hello, bunny, welcome. Welcome back. Maybe you might draw the dodgeball like this. And let me add the view from the window, like that. Make it smaller. We don't need it that big. Like that. Something like that maybe you might be inclined to do to draw the dodgeball. You might do, what's another way you can do the dodgeball? I noticed the blocks are unaligned, which is unfortunate. Maybe for the dodgeball, you might think, okay, maybe instead what we can do is let me make another dodgeball. Maybe we add this light here. Maybe then we can do some of the white here because we can see that little white patch. Maybe we can make it a little bit of like a circle, make it round. And it's a good start, but there's another way. I say is I've never done this other way. But with what I've been doing, what I've been watching, what I've been reading, I definitely think there's another way. How I might approach making this into a dodgeball is by first, how's the stream going? I think it's going great. Everything's going according to plan. So we're doing good. Step one. Let's put those dodgeballs up here. I think what I might do, first and foremost, is by making this white. Might move the white to a warmer color and move it up here. So it's not red. I mean, it's not white. Then I might say, okay, well, this is a patch. So let's go ahead and make this. Wait, let me make a bigger brush. And in A Sprite, you can alpha lock it like this to add a little bit of a shine. Maybe something like this for our ball. And then we can unalpha lock, I believe, or press D up. Or you can press that button to undo it. Let's go ahead and maybe do something like this. Now we have a clear distinction of where the light is. Now this isn't this dodgeball, but if we were doing a dodgeball, maybe if I was doing the dodgeball on screen, I might do something like, oh, thank you. It's interesting how it's only 2 colors, yet it looks 100% different. Let me slide these over, like this. And I'm gonna slide you over too. Okay, perfect. Now, if we were maybe doing the dodgeball on screen, I might approach it by saying, oops, wrong thing. I might put this up here. That's why I like the circle tool. The circle tool is very neat. So I'll go ahead and use it again. But to do that, I need to move this to a lower level so I don't draw on it. Like that. Down one more. There we go. And then Control D, was it? Trying to learn my controls so I can better. Shift D. There we go. For alpha locked again. Maybe instead we can do something like this. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. Add in these lines here. We could maybe round it out a little bit more. So maybe we make the lines up here smaller. Maybe do something to this extent where it's a 2-step. So it's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. But now this line's a little rough. Let's smooth it out a little bit. Maybe it's more so like this. That could work. Now it doesn't really look round. It looks blocky. And that's really what pixel art comes down to, is just how can you morph something to be what you want it to be? This might work better, but again, there's this line down here. That's why the other one works a little bit better, is because it's rounder. Let's just make it a little bit rounder. I think that works a little better. From there, so that's the thing too. The light is up here. Let's try to mimic that. Let's take all of that light and make it smaller. We're gonna make it tinier. A little bit more easier on the eyes. Let's make this a little bit more rounder. Maybe we can go ahead and do this. Maybe something like this would be better suited. Maybe what we should do is entirely change it. Something like that. It all comes down to what you think would feel better, what looks better. Because the great thing about pixel art is that you can always just change things and move things around if it doesn't suit your need. Maybe something like that. We want it to be round, so I'm keeping the roundness here. Just by removing this pixel and this pixel makes it smoother, rounder, which is what we want. Then maybe we can make it a little bit rounder. Something like this, maybe? Where it's a little bit more of a curve. Just about playing with shapes. Let's go with this for now. Oops, wrong button. Close it, there we go. Let's go with that for now. Then maybe to add to that part of the ball, we add that spot here. Something like that. Then what you might think is, all right, well, we want to add those lines that we had. How would you add the lines? And it's, can you add the lines? With something so small, I don't think you can. Maybe if the ball was, for example, this big, a little bit bigger. If the ball was this big, you might be able to add the lines then. So I think that comes down to a styling. What's the purpose of this art or this sprite? Is it as artwork? If it's artwork, maybe you can make it a little bit bigger. If it's for a game, what's the rest of the game look like? Does the sprite need to be this size? And especially when you're working on a game, making sprites, you need to think about consistency. So if you make the ball this big, you don't want the rest of your items to be smaller. For example, if you were doing a soccer ball, you wouldn't do the dodgeball this size and then make the soccer ball that size. You'd want them to be the same size. So when you're thinking about that, if we were to go with this big size, we might be able to get the lines on there. But for something like this, I don't think the lines are important. It just needs to be a red ball. But now it kind of looks like a squeak ball. So how could we make it less squeak-like? You might be inclined to do maybe something where let's add a little bit of shadow. You can kind of see the shadow on the bottom. Maybe something. And when I'm choosing my color, I'm hue shifting, which is just going into a darker color. and then making it darker. I'm not staying in this area, I'm moving the hue. And by moving the hue, it makes it look a little bit nicer. So let's add maybe something like this along the bottom to make it a little bit darker, but I don't know, I don't think that looks as appealing. I think because the light is shining here, that's what's making the ball round. Maybe what we can do is... Oops. Maybe what we can do is drag this guy up, move him a little bit. Gives us more space from the edge, which kind of makes it easier to understand. Makes it a little bit clearer. Maybe we can completely add this line at the bottom. And another thing is to keep in mind, how are you looking at this artwork? Are you looking at it from this screen, or are you looking at it from this screen? And if you can see, you can't really see what we did with the dark colors, which is something of note if you're trying to make, for example, if this was to go into a hotbar, what's the distance? How much detail do you need to add to get your point across? Because you can spend years, eons working on a sprite or working on an icon, and then it's not really noticeable. You could have spent your time somewhere else. And by changing the color a little bit, it changes what you can see. Here. I can do this, and I can copy it. Then I can undo, like so. I'll move this guy over here. And then I can paste. Then you can see, oops, I copied a little bit too much. And click. There we go. Okay. Oh, I keep saying so. Up here on the screen, let me make it a little bit bigger since you can't see it as clearly. Like that. These are two different reds. If I did my copy and paste right, yes. These are two different reds. And that subtle difference makes the one on the left look, it blends in more than the one on the right, for example. That's a small difference. Maybe we might be inclined to change it a little bit more. Maybe what we can do is copy and paste. What if we did a darker red? Let's try maybe something like here. Like a really dark red. And let's bring it all the way down here. Now it's super noticeable. It's a harder, thicker shading, and I can zoom it back. Zoom back a little bit. There. Just the little subtle things. Maybe next we want to work on, let's see. We have some light colors coming in. I can make another layer. Maybe we can smooth things out. So for example, since the light's coming up there, maybe we can add some shading like this to imply the roundness. But now it doesn't really look like a ball anymore when you do that. It kind of looks like a helmet. Don't you think? Maybe I can do this. Nah. Maybe instead what we can do is do select and then, oops. Select, move this down, and then let's get rid of this for now. Now, I would cover dithering, but I'm not really a fan of dithering. And dithering's just a different way to shade something. There are ditherer lovers, but I'm not one of them. I don't like the way it ends up looking when I do it. It's an art style in itself, and dithering, all that really is just making checkered spaces. Maybe if it was something else, I could show you, for example. Dithering might be doing something like this. And truthfully, maybe that's how you could get your point across with it being a dodgeball. Oops. Let me move this down here. This would be dithering, where it is a checkerboard. Not many games nowadays use yes. That's because dithering was a way to get past color limitations. When games weren't able to use a lot of colors, and they were limited to, say, maybe a 7 or 6 color sprite, color palette, they had to get creative. And the way they got creative was through dithering. Because with dithering, when you zoom out far away, it was a way to add shading. So because technology has changed, most people don't use dithering, but it's still a style, and it still exists, still lives on to this day. There we go. And I think it depends. What if the light is on the top left, where it was the crescent moon type shape? You mean this one? Maybe, let's say. I'm going off of the Dodgeball reference, trying to create it. This was more of my idea of if the ball were in my shading. So let's try, oops. Kind of like I did in the bottom right there, just the opposite. This one? You mean flip it? So, copy. Bottom, oops, I'm not copying at all. Let me copy and paste. There. And then now I gotta switch it around like this. Hard to explain in text, yeah, it's completely understandable. You mean the light in the crescent? What if the light on the top left was that crescent moon type shape? Kind of like how you did in the bottom right there, just the opposite. Do you mean, I think I understand what you mean. I think what you're asking is, let me go back up to this ball up here. Something like, if it'll let me copy, and it won't. It's trying to let me copy a lot of things. Something like this. Drag this over and do it like this. Is this what you mean? Like that. Which is that's pretty good. It makes it simpler. Sometimes simple's all you need. Maybe then we can add that light patch up here. Maybe we can bring back in that dark patch. Back down here a little bit better. Maybe it covers this area. Yeah, I kind of like it. Maybe what we can do is bring this down one. Yeah, something like that, maybe a bit thicker. Sure, we can give that a go. Something that I think I used today, I could probably find it if I really looked for it, is called pillow shading. Some people do, not on purpose. But pillow shading's basically maybe something like this, where it looks like a pillow. It's an entire wraparound. Hard to read where the light source is that way, you think? Like this? Or do you mean this spot here? Here we go. Oh, this is supposed to be thicker. Let's try one of these moves. Maybe like that. Is that what you mean? And it's just looking at all of this, it's interesting how this is just a ball. This is the same exact ball drawn in different ways. And for example, if we were doing this in digital or traditional, it might have taken us a lot longer, but because it's Pixelart, we can do a lot of different things in such a short amount of time. Let's try maybe doing... I do like this crescent idea. I think it was a great idea. Maybe what we can do is do this. And then we can, maybe making it thinner might help. Small, thin lines. Something like that. Then, oops, not there. Overall, for the last version, it looks like the light is behind the ball. What do you mean? The light is coming from, do you mean here? This was the last version. The light is coming from behind the ball. From what this image looks like, kind of looks like you have your ball here, and then you have your light coming from like, oops, that is a green. Kind of looks like it's here. Where it's shining and it's covering all of that and this. That's what it kind of reminds me of when I'm looking at it. Where it's not covering everything. And one of the reasons why I wanted to make this light and shadow was because of all of this. You can do pixel art, but if you don't know light and shadow, it can get tricky. But this is light and shadow still, but it's just a little modified to make it a little bit more fun. Maybe what we can do, truthfully, the dithering kind of helps just because of those crosses. Maybe we can go full way with the crosses to help out with making it have that feel of being the dodgeball. I'm curious to explore that idea. Usually there are dithering brushes you can use, Who needs dithering brushes? It'd probably take me longer to find them than just doing this. Little dots. Now, maybe we can transition that to doing... This is the dark, this is light, this is light. This is light, 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 light. I thought I heard there was something to type or read. Now let's see. Yeah, I think Pixelart just comes down to what you think looks nice and what you think works. What's the purpose? Does it serve its purpose? Truthfully, that doesn't look too bad. I'm surprised. Especially because it's the Dodgeball feel to it. Maybe what we can do is make this a little bit darker. Then maybe... Okay, well, let's add that in. I think that helps a little bit. Let's add a darker color. So something a little bit darker than this. We can put this a little bit. This down a little bit. Get a little bit darker so we can see that darkness. Might be a little bit too dark. Down here. Light a little bit. Light a little bit more. Like this. And now we can checkerboard this with the light pattern. So it might be something like this, where we're transitioning into this really dark color, and it lines our edges. And then from that transition, we have something like this, where our checkerboard is that, maybe. The first three versions look like, to me, that the light is top left version shining down on the ball. Last version with the crescent moon is still on the top left, but slightly behind the ball and not directly on top. Oh, do you mean on top like this? Oops. Not directly on top. First three versions look like the top left is shining down on the ball. Top left, so up here. Still at the top, but now slightly behind the ball. Oh, okay, I think I know what you mean. I think what you mean is usually when the outlines are very thin, it's more of a, I think it's called rim lighting, where the lighting kind of comes through from behind. I can quickly pull up an image of what I'm talking about. Rim lighting. Images. Here we go. Copy. What'll let me drag and drop again? It might not be kind. No, it's not kind. That's okay. I'll just save the image. Yep, and rim lighting. I get what you're saying. Took a second. We were explaining how, here. In rim lighting where when the outline is covered, it looks like the light's coming from behind. I get ya. I see that a lot with hands. Where the hands, you can kind of see the light shining through. Well, let's see. Back over to A-Sprite. I do see it though, I can see it. I'm thinking this could be our dodgeball. This could be the best way to describe those patches that we had, while still helping show off the dark feel to it. Maybe if I were to do something, it might look like this. If it were to be a dodgeball. If it's this dodgeball, we might make, might add that for the light. Yeah, the dithering one. In this case, dithering one. Only in this case. But I think it works, not because dithering's the shading, but because I think that looks better. Not because it looks too noisy for your taste. Yeah, that's the thing with dithering. That's why I really don't like dithering, is the noise. I think it works in the sense that it shows off the texture of the ball. But as far as noise goes, it's a lot. This is very small dithering as well. If it weren't noisy, it might look something like... Let's just fill all phase in. And that's the thing with Pixelart. It just comes down to preference. I like both of them for different reasons, but I've never been a fan of dithering. Maybe adding that. Let's bring back in this light. Like here, here, and here. Nah, more like that. Let's drag these out and make it maybe like this. Just smoothing it out. Dithered version versus non-dithered version. Maybe like that. And then we'll move that over a little bit. We'll grab this. And then make our line down here. Maybe add to that. And then add a line of this. Now this could be considered pillow shading. Just because pillow shading is all about... How do I describe it? Pillow shading is kind of lines. It's banding. That's the best way to describe it. It's a wrap. It's going over and over again. Pillow shading might look something like this. Where you can't really see what's going on. It's a little unclear. This is less pillow shady because it's not outlining the entire thing. More so of a transition type of color. If we were to do transition, you might choose something like... Here, let me go ahead and try to do something like... We can do... something... Maybe we can do some anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing is just choosing a color between something to choose as a transition. So for example, we can take this color and this color. And if I go here to... Where is it at? Used it the other day. Might not find it again. Scripts. Here there is a script called Color Hue. And all it does is it just takes the 50-50 version of two colors. 10 different ways to draw a ball. Yep. Not even... Well, this, in a way, this is outlines. This is the outline-less way of doing pixel art. For outlines, you might say... Let's see. Same exact ball, but now we're doing outlines. This is outline-less. If we were doing colored outlines, it might be something like... Let's see. Colored outlines might feel more... I'm just trying to round this out. Feel a little bit more ball-like. This would have to be darker, but still brighter. Let's make this go up here. Don't go down there a little bit. Okay, never mind. That does not work. Brighter. Darker. No. Stick around with the colors a little bit. That's something I always enjoy doing as well. Lighter but darker. So maybe something like this. We want to keep it feeling red. This is definitely not. Maybe... I don't want it to be dull. That's why I'm going over here to the saturation. A little lighter. Maybe up here. And then move it over to our reds. So, not reds. We don't want it to be darker. Something like that, maybe. So the issue is, when it's like this, you can't really see it. It's an easy fix for the dark outline, though. Nice and easy. We take the black, and all we have to do is just outline it with black. Yes. Oops. Here. And... like so. This might be considered your black outline. You might even do something like this. Oops. For your colored insides, but that doesn't look right. So we'll just keep it like this. This might be your black outline. Your colored outline. Oops. There we go. From there, you have copy and paste. Now let's see. Something lighter but still darker. Lighter. Ah! Oops. Didn't turn off. Second. Silent. Okay. Should be silent now. There we go. Let's see. Maybe we can make it a little bit redder. Okay, that's too saturated. That's the thing. This is different than this in that it loses saturation. Maybe if we want to make the ball brighter, what we can do is add more saturation instead. So something like this. That does not look right. Maybe right was the right option. Maybe we can try moving this over here a little bit. I mean, kind of looks a little bit better, but I kind of like the pale feel to it. Trying to find the right light version. This is where color theory comes in. It's a green skill you just kind of have to learn. Maybe something like this. Oops. Maybe something like this can work for our lines. At least for now. Something like this. For our light. And then make it a little bit brighter. I can do the uncontinuous, so it selects all the colors. I think maybe it needs to be a little bit darker. I think that works. Maybe something like that. Yeah. For here, we can go with something a little bit darker. Like this. And then write that in. Then maybe we can do, for this really dark color, we could do dark and dark. Or, yeah, darker. Something like this. For our outlines. Something like that. Which does not look too bad. I'm not sure how we would tackle dithering. But it's there. You had to leave for a bit? Oh, it's understandable. I know your internet wasn't too swell last time, but you're completely fine. Let's make this a little bit lighter. I'm thinking this color. For our outline. But welcome back. Nah. Maybe keeping it like that's best. We can go ahead and move this color to here. I think that works. So this would be your colored outline. And then you have your completely, well, this is shaded color, right? You really like all these ball variations, right? It's fun to do just simple variations. You might do something like for the just basic outline, something like this. And there we go. Oops. There we go. And you can bring it back to, one might do this for, yeah. I think I like that better. Let me switch these up a little bit. That there, that there, that there, that there. And then we can add in our anti-aliasing to smooth it out a little bit. That's just, it just works as a nice transition. Some people like using it, some people not too much. It works as, say, if you're trying to cut stairs. You might add it there, might not add it not there, kind of. Whatever. Black and mono dark red are your favorites so far? Yeah. Let's put them all together. So we have our black, which we'll put here. From your black, you move to mono. From your mono, you move to colored. And then from your colored, oops, you move to no outline. Like this. And let me move them over here. I'm talking over here. Make things a little bit easier. There we go. What do you think? We have our black, we have our shaded, oh, monocolor. We have our shaded, and we have our no outlines. The thing with no outlines makes it more realistic, but it also can it also can blend in with the behinds of the scene. I am kind of feeling the colored outline though. This was more so just as a warm-up. And 1 second, let me drink some coffee. Okay, coffee done. Now that we've discussed just simple shading and outlining stuff, we can move on to our true task of this stream. And I will go ahead and click this here, and I'll just call this Dodgeball. Enter, Dodgeball. Now, the goal of this stream, and let me bring us back to, I believe, this screen? Transition? Yeah, transition. We've covered the resources, we've covered the outline, we've covered the shadings. Now our attempts. We have some stuff we can do. We can choose from, let me pull up the thing here so I don't have to look all the way over there. We have arrow, pickaxe, sword, book, slime, apple, mushroom, egg, honeycomb, wheat, and sunflower. Do any of you have any preferences for what we'll do? We can choose 2. We can start off with egg, that's 1. But if you don't have any preferences for what we draw from this list, aside from egg, I can put it in a randomizer. While you're choosing, I'll go back, or, how can we choose this? I'll go back over here, and I'll start pulling up some references for egg. Egg, E-G-G. Egg. Now, do we want to do a brown egg or regular egg? I'm thinking we do, let's do Regular egg. It should be nicer. Unless that's an avocado. Honeycomb? Sure. Honeycomb, and then we need one more. Now it's white egg. Mushroom it is. Which one? Red or brown? Okay. Is this an egg? Save images. Okay, perfect. And we can go ahead and bring this back to Sprite. To the Sprite screen. We'll get rid of Dodgeball and put up our new item. Red? Sure. We'll do mushroom, red mushroom, and honeycomb. Sounds like a plan. And we'll go ahead and bring up the egg. Yep, perfect. Okay. Here's our egg. How would we make this into an item? How would we draw an egg? I think it's also important to focus on where, if we were making a game, for example, what type of game? Is it a horror game? Is it a cutesy game? Is it a modern game? Because you can draw an egg, but there's so many ways you can draw an egg. But for now, let's just do something simple. Let's create the 4 variations again with our black outline, no outline, colored outline, and our mixed outline. For egg, maybe we can, and you can kind of see here, let me zoom in a little bit. You have your light on the left, your shadow on the right. This one's pretty simple in terms of shading. That's why drawing an egg is recommended to be what you first start off with. Let's give an egg a try. I'm thinking we make it warm. Thinking a warmish feel to the egg. So something white, but something a little warm. Maybe, and that's the thing too. We're doing 16 by 16 just to keep it in style, but we could always go smaller. That could be the egg, truthfully. Maybe like this. This could be your egg. If you were really making an egg for a different game. Egg. Maybe you could. This is a little bit bigger. Am I doing this? I'd consider that an egg. Right? Just something simple, something small. And those few pixels make an egg. That's not really something you can do with traditional, for example, or other digital arts, which is just 1, 2, 3. Is this 3? Yeah. That's 3, that's 6, 10, plus another 6. That's 16 pixels. Egg. Let's go with an egg. I'll move this over here. I want to keep that egg. Let's make our egg maybe a little bit warmer. I like that. I like me warm egg. That could be considered an egg, maybe like an ostrich egg. We want a round egg. Maybe we can do something like this. That's looking pretty eggy, though. Our similarities are off a little bit on our left and right, so let's slide that over. And use the good old classic mirror tool. Like so. Make sure our egg's in the center of the screen. Some people, not some people, depending on what you do, they like to start with the outline. I kind of like going the painterly method, where you blob, then go back for the outline. I like trying to get the certain feel off first, before going back. You can maybe carve this off. Too much carving. I think that's good for egg. Maybe make it smaller down here. Huh, that's pretty good. Egg. Let's go ahead and just start off with a simple black outline. Something like this. Just so we can keep our outlines in mind. Carefully, we could also just do outline here, but I think making items where it's not stretched. Making it so it's not stretched out here makes it a little bit easier on the eyes, especially if you have, like, for example, a GUI in the background. Really, we should have started with the background, but that's okay. We can maybe make the egg a little bit warmer. Now it's kind of looking like a brown egg. Not the goal. No, it looks a little sickly. Let's see. Fascinating when people create 8x8 pixel arts and can still... Yeah, it's amazing. That's a skill. What always gets me is people who can make 1-bit art, which is just 2 colors. How they're able to tell a story with just 2 colors. So imagine 2 colors, but it's 8x8. That's even harder. Oops, I thought I changed the music for a second. Oh, I got spooked. Okay. It is really amazing though. I bet it takes a lot of practice. Let's see about, yeah. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit warmer. Bring it towards more, yeah, 2. Bring it more towards maybe this. We want to see it from far away. Drag it out a little bit. This color, I've always struggled a little bit when it comes to lighting colors. I've always been a fan of more shading and things are in the shade. Maybe we can do this over here. This looks like a dark color, so let's go with this. Maybe we can do all of this in dark. Run that out. It's kind of like what we just did with the ball. Surprisingly. You can make this the dark color. Alright, that's eggy. Let's do maybe something like this. Let's see. 1, 1, 2. Yeah, that's a 2-step. I think that works. Maybe we can add the 2-step here, like that. Not too sure. Maybe keeping it just a simple outline. But I think 2-step works. Now we gotta figure out a light pattern. Maybe... Trying to tell you, the lighting isn't my strong suit, but if I want it to become my strong suit, I gotta practice. And this is what this is. I am learning in real time. Maybe like that. That could be our egg. Maybe we can make our egg something like... Let's give a try with our egg. Let me zoom that out a little bit. Oh, that's perfectly zoomed. We can try maybe a brighter color. Something like this. Oh, egg's in the way. There we go. Maybe something like that. It's a little bit brighter, so it's a little bit more noticeable. That egg's light kind of bounces in, so maybe... So we don't want to make it look like rim lighting. We can do something like this. Where it is. Something like this. No, that doesn't look right at all. Let's just fill it in and carve it out later. 1, 2, 1, 2. All comes down to how you feel about it. Our 1, 2. Maybe it goes down that 2. Maybe something like that. Kind of looks a little weird with shading now, though. Maybe I would call this banding. Maybe something like this is a little bit better, which is just the single lines. Yeah. What are you thinking? Left one or the right one? Left one, I think maybe not, just because it's a little harder to tell. The right one kind of feels a little bit better. Let's go ahead and stick with that one, and then move on. Let's add a little bit of anti-aliasing. Now all you have to do for that is think about your line crosses. It lost its roundness with which one? This one? Or this one? Do you think because of the lack of lines here makes it more round? Like that? That could work. Maybe we can do that instead. To not fully surround it. But this here kind of bothers me. No, the one I removed. Oh. It was removed from both the panel, the portrait in my memory. Let's see. Maybe... This one? This one's roundness? Or did I add roundness? That one kind of looks like banding. There we go. Yeah, okay. It lost its roundness, I see what you mean. Let's see, I'm thinking the one on the left. It's a little bit of a thicker outline. But then again, the one on the right, it's simpler. And maybe what we're going for is simple. Maybe let's stick with this one. As for anti-aliasing, we can take these 2 colors. Go back here to the script, color hue, and just choose a range, well, a color in between them. So if it were to be 50-50 in between, that's all that does. Then we can add this color. And by adding that color, it kind of smooths things out when you're not looking at it from far away. Some people like anti-aliasing, some people don't like anti-aliasing. More of a preference thing. Me, personally, I'm still learning. It's always worth watching. It's always worth seeing what... Oops, there we go. Seeing if it looks nice to my eyes, seeing if it's appealing. It all comes down to taste. Maybe we can do something like that. Anti-aliasing can make something look Well, smoother, it can also make it look more muddy with colors. That's kind of your give and take. I'm more of a fan of something looking very sharp, so less anti-aliasing the better, but it just depends on the preference. One might do like this for anti-aliasing. That's not anti-aliasing. Aseprite is so good, it's insane. Yeah, it is. The thing I just used was a plugin. Someone made it. So it's not in base Aseprite. I wish, though. I looked for ages. I'm thinking we do this with this little bit of anti-aliasing. Maybe then we can do... Take these two. Take these two. Make it into a mixture. This color. Oops. That color. And then we could even round that out like that. Kind of just depends. How do you want to do your steps? When we're looking at this, how are we looking at it? This far? This far? Does it really matter if we add those little dots when we're looking at it from this distance? That's the questions you have to ask. Truthfully, when I'm looking at it from this far away, let me zoom you out a little bit. I think this one looks nicer. It looks less harsh, which in this scenario is good for us. We want a round egg. Maybe if it were a blocky box egg, it would be better for it to be harsher. But for what we're going for with roundness, I'm thinking this one with the last one. I'm going from there. Maybe we can add a little bit more roundness. We could put that there. Maybe we can put this here. Maybe we can add that one in there. Something like that can make it a little bit more round feeling. I kind of like it. Though I think our egg could be more narrow. Let's make it more narrow. Let's go ahead and paste. Anti-aliasing. Yeah, that's the issue with anti-aliasing. The thing especially is that it's very hard to notice. Especially when you're zoomed. Well, it's so blatant and in the face when you're far away. I mean, close. When you're far away, it looks so nice. I'm liking the anti-aliasing in this case just because, like I said, this one's harsh compared to the fourth one, which has more anti-aliasing in it. Let's go with that one. One last thing I wanted to do. What did I want to do? Oh no, my train of thought. That's fine. I think that's it. I think this is all... Oh, I remember. I wanted to make our egg a little smaller. Maybe bring that in a little bit. Not like that. Oh no. What have I done to the poor egg? I brought that in by one. Maybe something a little rounder at the top is what I'm thinking. I kind of like this is a little bit better, but it's a little bit too... Yeah, something like that. Maybe this is a better egg. Oops. Because it's smaller, it's cuter. We're going for cute, that might be how you do it. This is more of a big egg. This one's more of a smaller egg. Maybe we can do... That's the thing, if you do like this, it's still an egg, but now it looks like a ball. But I'm thinking something like this. Make the egg cuter, something smaller. We go with that. Now let's work on our outlines. We already have our black outlined. Black outline. Let's move this up a little bit. And I will go ahead and paste. So we have our black outline, which goes here. And then paste here. I didn't copy it right, but that's okay. Here. And here. Perfect. Now, no outline. How would you do no outline? Let's start there. That should be a simple, easy fix of just mimicking what we already have. That one looks, thank you. I think it's because we made it smaller. We made it less blocky. Maybe doing something like this. You might make this a mixture of these two colors. So for example, we might back that script that we have, change the color, move it down to 1, and take that color and put it here. So just mix it. Then we can take, if these two are a mixture of colors, yep, they are. They're a little bit different. Let's take that color. You don't have to do this. You can just keep simple colors. I'm trying to make sure this feels round, so it's more blending. That's why I'm trying to mix everything as much as I can. Then we have our white, like this. We might take this color that we mixed up here, and then you might take, if you could just do this maybe. Interesting. It's still an egg, but I kind of feel like not my favorite. Let's see. Next, let's try making a darker outline for this one. So we won't go from color to darker. In this case, it might take more orangey dark feel to it, be a little bit more saturated, something like this. And we draw the outline, maybe a little bit lighter. Okay, that's a little bit too light. I'm trying to feel out maybe a little more orangey. That's less orangey, but still a little orangey. That's the idea here. Little subtle. That's too subtle. You can't really see it. Go a little bit darker. Yeah, I think that's better. Not orange, but it's still orange. Something like this. For our colored outline, so you can tell it's a little hard to see. Let's try making it a little bit darker. The whole point of that outline is that we can see it from a distance. So maybe something like that can be a little bit more visible. Maybe we can make it a little bit darker. Maybe like that. That might be a good outline. And then lastly, we have our colored outline. We can kind of take what we already have here and outline this. Like so. Then maybe we can take this bright color that we have. We can make it a little bit darker. A little bit more red. But it makes it very gray. Let's add to the saturation, maybe. Something like... Nah, it's not bright enough. Oh, it's also supposed to be an outline, so it's supposed to be dark. That's the tricky part here. Maybe what we can do is... Going down here makes it duller. Going this way makes it more saturated. Is it showing up on screen? Oh, I don't think my... Hold on. That's unfortunate. Oh, it says the cursor's showing up, but I can't see the cursor. Here. Oh no, okay, now I can see it. That's odd. I'm thinking here. It's dull, and I'm not really a fan of dull. Maybe something here. That's a little bit better. That's less bright. Something like this. And then we take this dark tone in between. Our saturation, redder. A little bit darker. Maybe something like this. That's our treated outline. And here is our egg. I think that's a good place to start. Our egg. Let me get some water. Okay. And I will slide our egg up here. Interesting the way we went around it. Started off with just the tiny egg. Moved on to some color changes, made it a little bit smaller. Cursor is definitely disappearing sometimes. That's weird. I keep glancing and then sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. So that's our egg. Next up was, I believe, honeycomb, and after that was mushroom. Honeycomb. Let me get some references for that. Honeycomb. Well, honeycomb's gonna be a little bit trickier, but it should be fine. Fascinated. Oh, okay. I went back up too much. Once I clicked it, yeah. When I glanced, it didn't seem like it, but when I clicked it, it was a lot better. I do agree. Honeycomb, though. Ooh, that's gonna be a little bit tricky, but it'll be fine. Let's go ahead and save. Like so. And I'll go ahead and get a red mushroom. Red mushroom. Wait, that is what was said, right? Yeah, red mushroom. Gotcha. Okay. Red mushroom. There's a few good options here. Maybe go with. Red mushrooms are so... Mushrooms are interesting. They're horrifying, but they're interesting. If I'm not mistaken, they're living. They're creatures, but they're not creatures. Fungus is terrifying. They have whole systems and networks. What was it? The zombie... Rising of the Dead? Forget the name. But the zombies, The Walking Dead maybe, an offshoot of The Walking Dead, fungi was, that's how it started out, was fungus. Now, as for Toadstool, let's go with something a little bit cuter, I'm thinking. Something a little bit thicker with a thicker base. Let's choose something like here, save image, and hopefully that works. Let's go back to Ace-Frame. Okay. Now we have our honeycomb. Drag it, and I'll just move it here. So you don't really need to see the layers. And then I'll move our mushroom. Oops. Like so as well. Since it's a little bit taller, I'll move it up here. Perfect. Now, as far as our honeycomb and mushrooms go, 16 by 16, it's not 8 by 8, but it's still small enough that it's a little tricky. I'm thinking with honeycomb, maybe we can do like a container. Not a container, more so, hold on. Let me find some colors. Something a little brighter. Something a little bit more orangey. Like that. I'm thinking that color. But I'm thinking we do something like this. Let me make it on another layer. Where you can see the honeycomb. It's a sort of casing. This is an object you get when you're collecting honeycomb, maybe. We want to keep our lines out there. We can swap to black to help us a little bit with getting the outlines right. Maybe what you can do is... Let me move that down there so I can see it a little bit better. Actually, let me just drag and drop these two into... Where'd you go, program? Perfect. That way I can see it on my screen while I'm also drawing. That is completely different. There's so many programs. Okay. Honeycomb, honeycomb. Let's round this out a little bit. This honeycomb's pretty blocky. So maybe that's what we can do for our honeycomb as well. Maybe we can make it more of a block. Instead of it being round, maybe it's more of a... this sort of... Oh, something like this. Maybe. Big maybe. These are ideas I'm just spitting. Oops. Continues off. Perhaps we can do something more of the case of something like this, something like that. Then this from there, it goes all the way across, and then it goes back down. I think it needs to be a little bit wider. Maybe something like that. And then from your honeycomb, you also have the back of it. That's where we're kind of running into a little bit of an issue. I'm thinking we have it a little bit thicker. Something like that. And this might be the final part of the outline. Kind of looks like a sandwich. Yeah, it looks more like a honey sandwich. That could be one idea we can do for the honeycomb. Maybe for honeycomb we can do... Let's see. Honeycomb could maybe be rounder? See your honeycombs. I like the idea of doing a little bit of perspective on this one. So maybe something like this instead. It's a little bit... We can see the top of it. It looks a little like the comb of honeycomb. Something like that. And let me drag it so we're not in the same area. The black lines could maybe go around like... Make it smaller. Like this. And then we have top, top. I want to keep it 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Then honey going down. Thinking maybe this. Slide in 2, slide in 2. And then down. Really, Pixelart is all about that shaping. Now it looks like a chip! Let's shave this off a little bit. It's looking round. We don't want round. Honeycombs are kind of all about structure. They're very specific. So maybe we can try to follow that. Make a straight line. Okay, that's a little bit better. Maybe we can make a straight line here. Like that. Then let's take apart this a little bit. Make a straight line maybe down here. Straight line here. No. Maybe we can make a straight line from here. Kind of working out, kind of not working out. Kind of just depends. I do like this line. I think this line stays. As far as every other line. Not too sure. Maybe we can do something like this. It's 1, 2. Got your ones. We can erase this maybe. Carve it out a little bit. That's a little bit better, but it still kind of looks like cheese. Maybe we can just do a simple hexagon. Something like this. I say is that's a square. But we can make it into a hexagon, like this. First we gotta do... looking at the hexagons. I mean, when you kind of look at it from a certain angle, it can be a hexagon. X is 6. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, hexagon. That's what I'm thinking. And just maybe draw out a stop sign. Make this a little bit smaller here. Oh no, it's not tall enough. Make it a little taller. Like that. Which kind of looks like a honeycomb. It looks like a hive. We're kind of there. We can make this a little bit thinner. Like that. And then fill this in. Then we can add our middle line so we don't forget the middle line. Like here. And then... Now how do we do our honeycomb of the honeycomb? I'm kind of thinking maybe we can... I'd like to be able to see some perspective. Maybe this is the lines at the bottom of the honeycomb. So this is what you can see of it. It's a little 3D. Then you have your lines that go up here like this. For your 3-dimensional honeycomb. And then, as far as our outlines are concerned, we can maybe... something like this? Well, it makes it look circular. Let's copy this and move this over. Just to keep iterations, so we're not getting lost. Copy and move. Over here and bring our lovely tool over here as well. Like so. Oops. Like so. Make sure that can show up on screen. I'm thinking maybe this is all the black outline is. This is all as black as it goes. And maybe add some shading now. Here. For the dark part of our honeycomb. Maybe then we can add some shading here as well. So, pattern. Maybe we can do a sort of... light one shade and make a hexagon. In a sort of setting like this. Because you do like this. We might have to forego the hexagon idea. So this could work. It is a... well, it's still a circle, but we might be able to get away with it, I'm thinking. So we go here, 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 here. Oops. Like that. Maybe. You gotta remember, the smaller the better. I'm thinking something like that. Oops. So then we can replicate it by going here, here, here. Goes up by 3. Like that. Go back up top. Line these out. We're lining it all out, trying to make a honeycomby pattern. We have this here. It would take, let's see. This would join with... never considered the side, I guess. Maybe like that. So then this would join hands with that one. And then that one goes up top. And you have your bottom of that. Like that. It's kind of looking honey-ish. Kinda not. It's a work in progress. Maybe... getting retro feels from this song. Maybe we can go with a simple pattern like this. something like this instead. So it looks checkered now. So maybe we can go for making the corners feel less corner-like. Something like that. Nah, that doesn't work either. Maybe if we do this, this joins them. And that's what we were at. We were at checkered. Perhaps... we want honeycomb. We want to... maybe... if we make it 3 tall, this could be honeycomb-ish. And that's what we had. So tricky. So maybe we can do... do I have the right colors? Something like that. Start out. And then more of a checkered pattern. You just have to keep that in mind. Because the honeycombs are just, they're not connected by... I'd say it's more like this. Because you have to have a space in between. How would you have a space in between is my question. They're disconnected in that way. It's more like a comb. We're doing a comb. I have to look at some more references. I'll turn this off so it's not symmetrical. And then we can kind of maybe outline. We can fill this in. And then try to draw out the honeycombs, I think would be better. For example, maybe we have one honey spot out in center. Something like this. Then it's divided in lines we have to keep in mind. That 1, 2. Bring that down and it goes like that. Now we don't want them touching. That was the most important thing I wanted to keep in mind. So maybe something like that. It kind of fills itself in. Maybe something like this is a little better. We have switching by corners, but there's still an outline. For example, how would we connect this? It would go here. And then like that. This, that. Wait. Yeah. So then this. I'm thinking this is a little bit better. And then... oh no, my symmetry. How do I mimic that? Goes here? Oh. That line. This is that. And then 1, 2, box. 1, 2. It would look like that. I'm thinking. Now that we have our outlines, it needs to be reversed. Let's just pick a random color. Well, let's make sure we do this on a different layer. Oh no, my symmetry. You relate to this even beyond pixel art. Yep. The mysteries, the wonders of symmetry. You can never escape, no matter what you do. Let's choose just a random color to change everything. So I'll click here and swap that to, and then swap this. Oops. We'll get it back. And after doing that, then we can make maybe... that was dark before. Let's make this light. Make this dark. And then... this. Thinking of doing it like this, where the darker is in the shade. And to see and compare and contrast, we can copy, cancel all of it, and put it beside each other. Now let's see. This, okay, it's visible. That's important. Now, as far as our honey is concerned, we have some glistening from the honey. So it's gotta be a brighter color. We have that sappiness to the honey. We need a bright, shiny color. Probably do a whole tutorial questioning how to do glossy textures. Because oh boy, that is a big topic. I'm just thinking of adding some simple shading like this to our honeycombs. Here, here, and here. Like that. That kind of looks like honey. Not from very close up, but maybe from far away, like here. Kinda, sorta. Maybe we can add an even darker color here. like this. Make it... No... Honey? Why did I have honey on the list? It's all about figuring out the glossy texture. Glossy texture, so play. Maybe... I'm just looking at the honey here. What I'm seeing. Do you think this can definitely be textured a lot more? Going from drawing eggs to honeycombs is... Yeah, which is fine. I'm thinking... gloss. How to draw gloss. That would be the next step up in figuring out where to go from. Which I can do is look at some glossy looks. My goal. No big deal. I mean, at the end of the day, hopefully I learned something from this. I learned simpler, even simpler. I thought honeycomb shouldn't be too hard. It was hard. It is, but it's fine. I need a little bit of a challenge every now and then. I'm waiting for this screen to pull up so I can look. Because when all else fails, you can always look at tutorials. You can look at tutorials, you can look at tutorials, videos, scripts, links, all of those things. And I believe I saw something to do with gloss the other day. And that's what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's give... I mean, it kind of looks glossy. If you think about it, if you squint. So I'll go ahead and add that gloss to here. Let's add that there. It's the same gloss, but the black, or not the black, the shading is different. Like that. Oh. I'm thinking we add... Might be important to add maybe a mix in between the colors to stand out more. What I'm thinking. Sort of shine, a sort of sheen. Perhaps we can add at the very top here, sort of glossy feel to it. Sample. Or add these in. Let's try adding maybe really dark color. But it's dark but saturated. So maybe yellow. Yellow. Completely yellow. As yellow can be. Nah. We want something saturated. Well, maybe a little bit saturated, but it's yellow. See, that's green. Depending on where you tilt it, it kind of changes the feel of something. I think this can work. Maybe we can add that to add depth to it. Oops. Maybe something like that. I kind of think just adding those single pixels is very spotty. We're not looking for spots. I want it to have a certain feel to it. And I'm thinking we're getting there. Slowly but surely. When I zoom out and look at it, it kind of looks like honeycombs. I don't even think we need the orange. We can come back to this later. After all, this is supposed to be a step 1. This is attempt 1. You can easily tell this is attempt 1. The goal is that we'll come back to this, and attempt 2 will be a lot clearer. So let's keep this, and we can keep going. For now, I'm thinking we make this a little bit darker. Like so. Just to show off the hominess of our honeycomb. Now, I don't know if I like the left one or right one better. If I like the dark on the outside and the light on the inside, or the light on the inside and the dark on the outside. It's a subtle change, but it's a change. If I zoom out here, I think I might like the right one better. What do you think? Let me get some water. Yeah, I think I like the right one better. It's surprising. I thought the left one would be a little bit better. Even looking at it on my OBS, it's something. Let's go with this one. And then we will go back down here. Our 4 options. So we have our comb. Oh. Yep, okay. And then I can copy, paste. And then copy. Oops, don't copy everything. Don't. There we go. And then move you two down here. Alrighty. We have our black outline. Now let's move on to our no outline. That might make a difference. Let's see. We're gonna need a really dark color. Something darker than the dark we already have. Maybe... Oops. That's this one. Let's just do this one since I'm already here. Something like this. A completely colored outline. Like so. Oh, I mean, for this one at least, you could do... Hold on. This one's interesting. Because we have a black interior for this one, there's always the next option down, which is doing a black exterior and darker interior, which would be just this little change, so that black's not in the center. Let me slide that over a little bit. That is a small change. And then we have our completely no black. This one. Like so. And then we have our no outline. Now that's the one I was trying to do. Let's see. And just kind of stretch the colors, I guess, would be the best way to do it. And then we can mix everything a little bit at a time. I mean, no, we're good. This works. Well, it would keep to the pattern, right? There's no outline. That honeycomb's still honeycombing. The tricky part is that it's kind of hard to see that outline now. Let's try filling this in with the honeycomb feel first. This would be part of the honeycomb. This is our black. So let's keep this here. So this is our separator. We can keep that. Here we would add our honeycomb orb triangle. That would go there. And then these two would go here. So we can delete that. We can add this here and this here. That would go together. Then this would go up here. We can do that. We can then add our lines. We're just expanding on it. For example, that would go there. This line would go here. This would then come up here, and then we'll go down here. I guess we can add that for now. These lines will get placed. Where'd you get placed? Because if this is here, this is the next honeycomb. So after that honeycomb, oops. After that honeycomb, you would add this part. This part would go in the end of the honeycomb. We don't need that. We would then maybe take this yellow and put that there. We'd then add... Oh no, I wouldn't go there. This would go here. Right? Yeah. I'm following this pattern up here. Probably would add that there. I didn't do. Let me do. We do the do. And then we'll go back. And I'm thinking... Are we? Oh, we're on this one. This is your light of this bottom corner one, because this is also shaded. So that goes there. From there, we can then... This completely gets destroyed. We have this bottom two, so it would become this one. We have our side, which stays the side. This side would then become this side. And then this would be our yellow. Ah. No. It's here, dot, dot, here. That's how it looks. This is the underside, so that stays. Go ahead and I guess we can line that there. And then here we have this side. So it goes here and it also goes here for our honeycomb. And then we can go ahead and take our dark color here. Since it's no outlines. Since this is the darkest dark. We'll just yoink it. Maybe we can do that. It's not an I don't know if I count that as an outline. More of a healing. I'm thinking something like that, maybe? And then... I mean, that's kind of already no outline. Got that no outline feel to it. We might be able to add... No, that would be shading outline. So we have no outline. Semi-outline, outline, colored outline. This is shaded outline. Let's go ahead and light all of this up. Now, this is the top. I think we just stick to this bottom being that bottom of the outline. So this is highlighting the bottom of the cone. From here, we choose a color that relates to this. Might choose here, go a little bit warmer. So it's that color. We don't want that color. Want maybe a little bit more saturation, a little bit more on this side. The colored outline best so far? This one? You like it. You like the feeling of that one. Yeah, I'm getting a nice feel from it. Maybe... So tricky to tell. Especially when you're just small. So tiny. Maybe... We might have to change this color. Make it a little bit brighter. Just so we can have other colors to work with. So we'll highlight that a little bit. And then we can make maybe this color warmer and like that. We want to be able to see it, that's the thing. Yeah, mainly looking at the zoomed out ones to see what, yeah. That's really what you have to do. Most people aren't going to see the pixel art from this angle. So you want to make sure zoomed out's the best. Also, is this off by one? Oh no, this is like that. That makes it look red. That makes it look less. Maybe we can make it a yellow. Orangey. Maybe like that. Such a small difference. I don't know if you can see it from up here. Which is bad. The point of the pixel art is to add more clarity. We're doing our best to make things easier to point out, easier to see. So maybe we can make this darker tone that we have an even darker color. That way this pops out more. And then we can make this a little bit darker overall to make it different. Something like that instead. When I zoom out here, I can kind of tell. It's subtle, but I can tell. As for here, this is the top part of the comb. We want to take a bright color, really make it pop. And because it's honeycomb, you want it to be more of an orangey feel to it. You don't want red. We want it to still be bright. What's a bright color that we can just highlight all of this as? First, we have to take the top of it, maybe add a little bit more saturation, more orangey, maybe something like that. It needs to be brighter. A little bit more bright. You know, it's looking dull. Maybe something like that. No, I can't tell from that far away. I might have to go with this color. For now, at least. Yeah, the color's off, but I think the idea's there. Maybe we can yoink from here. A little bit brighter. That's orange. We want red. I mean, we want yellow. Yellow. Maybe... No. It's still off, and I think it's just colors. Really has to be a sort of pop, but the issue is because these foams are already highlighted. Kind of makes it a little bit difficult. I'm thinking we just stick to making this dark color. A little bit brighter, a little bit more orange. Like this. And then we make the highlight ones a little bit more highlight-like. For example, that up, that down a little bit. And then we can add here. This is the home part. I think maybe something like that. Oh, maybe this orange can work as our highlight color. Like that. So that orange is bothering me. Oops. Now it's too light. At this point, throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. Tried and true method that never fails. Usually. Let's see. Maybe we lean the lighter. This tone. I'm liking the yellow. I think yellow might work. Maybe like that. Another thing you can always do is do... And see, that's the thing. I know how to do it on my computer, but let me see if I can figure out how to do it in Sprite. ASCPRTE. Option overhaul, color use. And what have we got? Okay, perfect. Maybe we can do... I believe we just have to do... Select. Range, modify. No. Not what I want to do. There's a way to do it. Hold on. Right, edit. We're looking for color mode. That is the mode we're looking for. Oh, look at it. We found it. Color mode, grayscale. Okay, perfect. Another thing you can do if you're struggling with colors is like the readability of it through grayscale. So for example, this might not be the best light color because you can see it kind of blends in a little bit too well. This one's a little bit better. This one's pretty good. That's probably why it looks as good as it does. And black's just black. We can even go back up to our eggs. And why the outline of the other egg might look a little better is because it's less contrast, it's less harsh. That's probably why, oops. That's probably why this colored outline looks so nice. So maybe if you stick to that, we can make it a darker color. This is too bright of a yellow. Maybe we can bring it down to here. Give this a go. And actually that looks a little too muddy though. Well, kind of about trial and error. This is a yellow, and I think yellow could be helpful. We have a lot of reds, we have a lot of oranges. Yellow could be the play, if we can figure out how to play. Maybe like that. And then if we go back to sprite, color mode, grayscale. That looks a little bit better. What I can do is I can copy this. Oops. If I use the right copy. Copy. And then undo, 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 undo. Undo, 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 do, 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 boop, 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 boop. And paste. Oh no, it pasted the scaled version. Never mind then. It's fine. Right now we're trying to make the color. Well, I mean, maybe what we have to do is make it brighter. That might help. Instead of making it darker, the more saturation work. Nah. I think this is as good as it's gonna get. Possibly. Get a little bit more in the yellow. When you start going more towards yellow, it can kind of be green, depending on how you color shift. Now it looks out of place. I think this is our best bet for yellow as our outline. We go to our grayscale. Yeah. It's more subtle, but I think it works. I'll do undo, and here are our finished honeycombs. And truthfully, I'm liking this one. Once again, just the colored outline feels like it makes a pretty big difference. And I can go ahead and bump these up, march this down, and bump you guys up. So lastly, let's let me get some water. Okay. Lastly, mushrooms. I already have some ideas in mind for mushrooms. We have a tall, stocky mushroom. What if we do something a little bit cute? Something a little bit more simple. Maybe what we can do for our mushrooms instead is make them smaller. How big do we want to... How much space do we want to take up the screen? Like with the egg, for example. We could have made the egg this big. Let me move it down a little bit. Hold on. Okay, there we go. But yeah, this could be the size of all of our sprites, and it would make them look right. But if we're doing something smaller, I mean bigger, we want to keep in mind that styling idea. So let's do this. I'm thinking, let's just grab the white from here. The whites that we have. Who needs those colors? And I'll put them up here. And just to keep for safekeeping. I mean, I could always just lump and then lump like that and add it to our thing. That way I don't have to do that up there. I'm thinking we stick with this fleshy tone. And let me make the other one black. Fleshy Tone-wise, I'm thinking we go for like a really large stump. Something like this. Oh, it's round. We want to keep it round. Let me add... Oops, wrong one. This one. Drag our good old symmetry tool over here. And then... something like this. Maybe for the stump. Something small and round. And I'll go ahead and copy this. Just so we can play around with the shapes a bit. And turn this back on. And then as far as that's concerned, that's the stump. And then red. Go all the way back up. Never mind. Back down. Let's use this red. To try and keep our colors in line. Speaking of, let's... we could take this color and apply it to these. Or we could take this highlight color and apply it to these. And by using this highlight color... Oops. Turn this off. And turn this on. There we go. If we use these highlight colors, it blends in more with the eggs. But at the same time, it's too bright. Maybe let's go with this color. Which I think works better. It's less pale, but it's more in line with the eggs to help add a feel that they're in the same pack. That, and then if it'll let me zoom in, drag that over. Now as far as our mushroom's concerned, yeah, I'm liking the idea of a round mushroom. Maybe something like this. We can do... I mean, we could do something like this. Mushroom! That's one mushroom, but I kind of like the little feel to it. It kind of looks like a mushroom cap. Maybe we can do... copy. It over. If it'll let me. Face you have to drag. And zoom over like this. Okay. We could always go with something a little bit more stylized and so simple. Maybe we can do a mushroom with... I forgot to move this all the way back. Right here. That. And then I'm thinking... maybe we can make this more stocky. Something like this. We're keeping in mind the black. It'd have to look like this, maybe. Black's the outline. We want something more stocky. We're gonna have to give and take a little bit. Maybe something into this. And then... I mean, it's not really thinner. Let me move this into the mini player so we can see what we're working with and looking at. And move that up. Though... I'm thinking... this is our stalk. Some stalks are round at the bottom, large at the top, you can see. Let's maybe we can take inspiration from that. Bottom. This, and then that. Something like that, maybe. But we have to keep in mind our outlines. If we want to keep that shape, our outline has to look like this. Go ahead and grab it. Up. And then, as far as our red is concerned, go back here. Oops. Our mimic tool. This would have to look like this. Kind of loses the charm a little bit, but it still works. This would need to be added here. I drag and drop the thing, but I think that might take longer. Something like this might be this to separate it. Oops. Maybe this goes all the way up, but I kind of like this being left out. That doesn't look right. So it might look like something. Oh, that's why it doesn't look right. Those two missing. That's one way you could do it. I don't really like the way. I want it to be round. So to make it round, you might do something like that, but that doesn't look right at all. Might just have to be how that one is, at least. As far as this one's concerned, I'm thinking... Grab it. Oh! I thought I turned the thing off. I did not. There we go. Okay. We go back to our mirroring tool. Let's just add another layer to make things easier on us. Add our cap. Oops. Add our cap, I said. Is this not in the center? That's why. Hold on. Move them over to the left. If I select it right. I don't think it can be centered. It might have to be one wider. Like this. And then our center works. I think. Like, oops. So let me escape and slide. There we go. I think that works. And then we draw this out. And then now we go back to here with our red. Yoink. And you have to keep in mind how big we want the cap to be. Use it like this. The issue with the cap being this big is that you can't really see some of the mushroom. It's all about figuring things out. Maybe we can do something like this instead. So it kind of looks like a top-down feel to it. Not what I want. Oops. Not what I want. Something like this for the mushroom. No, it doesn't really look like a mushroom. Maybe we can carve some of it out a little bit. Bring the black back in. So far I'm liking this one. And that's not really a hard opinion to have. Maybe we can try the blot method. It's just, maybe we have, this is like the mushroom here. Just a stock down in the cap up a bit. We could try. So what you mean is copy, paste, oops, merge down. Then copy and paste. Paste. Okay, so you mean shift the stock down, cap up. Cap up. Stock down, like down here? I do want to make it so that there's nothing touching the borders. Maybe what we can do instead is make the stock a little bit more narrow, like this. Maybe something like this? Is that a little bit better? I think it's the shape of the stock that's throwing me off. Always coming back to it. Maybe what we can do is do... Okay, you didn't know about it? Yeah, that's the rule I'm making. You don't have to make that rule, but I want them to feel a little bit more consistent together. And so I want the border to not... Oh, it's off by one. I want the border to stay consistent between all of them. Add this here to make it so it's even. Now let's see. Oops. Zoom out a little bit. Mushrooms are a little tricky. I'm thinking maybe what we can do is do it a little bit backwards. Maybe here's the cap, right? This is the circle. This over a little bit. That's the circle. Then here is the top of the mushroom. Like this. A little bit of a weird top. But this is the inside. This top here would show us the type of mushroom it is. Maybe we can round it out a little bit because we want to feel like it's the rounded part of the mushroom. Kind of looks like a hat. Trying to think of how to circle. Maybe we can take the circle tool. Oops, that is not the circle tool. Do one of these. And then kind of shift everything up one a little bit. For example, shift up, oops, up by 1, and then shift up by 1. That might work a little bit better. Let's erase this. Oops. Erase this. Move this one over here a little bit. We can make this narrow. Shift down 1. Thinking we shifted inward 1. And like that. I think that looks a little better. Maybe we can make it 1 more narrow. I want to move this up and erase this. Oops. I want it to stay round. How do we keep it round? Bring it in a little bit. Maybe something like this to make it a little bit more round. And then we have our cap top. Be something like this. Keep it feeling round. Because then maybe we can do... I have to slide it over a little bit more. Thinking some sort of rounded cap off here. But it doesn't really look rounded cap off. This might have to get moved down one a little bit, I think. Like so. Oops. Maybe that can get shifted down a little bit. Nope. Over. Nope. Really is just all about playing with shapes. Oh, that could work. That's a little bit better. And then you have your stalk. Comes out here. They come out like that, but I'm thinking more of like a swirl. Something like here, and then here. Here. And here. Something like this, so that has to be erased. Maybe like that for a mushroom. Drag it over. Try to make it as symmetrical as we can. Maybe like this. Add that line there. All these lines. That could work, yeah. Maybe. Let's maybe try sliding this over. So we want it to be clear. And this here is not very clear. So maybe by popping this out a little bit more, it helps show the outline. The idea, though. Not sure how it works in action. I mean, this is one big work right here. If this was a mushroom. This is the roundness of the inside for the stump. I think that one stays. Maybe we can add a little bit more here. That can go down there. Thinking maybe take it off a little bit. Okay. And something like this. We pop it out a little bit more. Pump this up a little bit more. A little bit more. No, it just looks too long. We need that round feel. So maybe here? And then, I feel like this could go in a little bit. Go out a little bit. And maybe this can get a little bit more. To the left. This. There's a corner. These are all corners. That could come in one maybe. Oops. One. I think that might work better. You can kind of see the outline. Oops. So then if we were to make it colored, try copy and paste. Slide it over a little bit. We'll take our light color and our red. Now this is the red I want to be outlined. I want a red, and then I want a red. Let's slide this over a little bit. Maybe a little bit too much red. Maybe too much red now. Ah, that could work. That red and then this red. For like a shadow and light sort of thing. I'll that red up here and erase. See? We go ahead and fill. Go ahead and fill this in. This is the dark part of it, so... Well, if you look in the image of the mushroom, the inside is dark, like the stalk. We'll just keep it like this for now. Now, as for... Oops. Buttons. Aren't they great? Let's zoom in a little bit more. And here. Like this. Go in and make all of the black outline, the actual black outline. Like this. Kinda, sorta. This needs to be the darker shade. Now, do we have a darker shade up here? Do indeed. It'd be this color. And then maybe this color. Take from what we already have. For example, this might be this color here. Or it could be this color. But I'm thinking darker. Something a little bit darker. Maybe then we can do copy and paste. Something to the extent of... I'm not really liking the wraparound too much. Maybe something like this will work better. Maybe we can bring this up a little bit. Allow this to go like here. This down a little bit. This down. Maybe we don't even need this back. We can do something like this. We kind of need the back. Maybe we can pass it through here. And make this go down. Kinda. But now it kind of looks a little lopsided. Maybe this is the back. And it goes around to make it feel a little bit more round. Goes over. And then this goes down. Something like this. No. I want a rounder feeling. This isn't rounder feeling. Getting there, I think. Maybe we can do... Oops. Thought for this color. And then that goes down in. And that goes across. That's the top. Since we're looking at it kind of from the front, maybe really what we need is this going in here. Oops. And then that going up here. So it can then show off the inside of the mushroom. Kind of like here. Maybe it comes down from here. So that red's gonna have to be pumped out just a little bit. Here. And that down. By making it a little bit more symmetrical, we are making it better. Slowly but surely. Maybe now it kind of comes out like this. Leaves us to add this. Maybe we can add... We want the black to cover this. If this is coming through here, then we can do this. We can add this here. We can make it a little bit one more up. We can add more to the back. Add one more stump here. Sorta. But I think having the red cover a lot of it does help. Maybe the red needs of like an arch. I see something here. Just don't know how to work with it. Maybe, oops, don't want to copy too much. And copy. Let's see. Goes up here. Maybe we can shift this over a little bit. Maybe this gets shifted down a little bit. Yeah, not sure what it needs. When in doubt, there's always flippin'. Looking at things from a little bit of a different perspective. Like here, for example. Out of these 3 odd-looking mushrooms, I kind of like this one, the one we started with. Flip it out, exactly. Time to start flipping tables. I think taking this one and editing it a little bit. For example, let's add I think the shroom can come out just a little bit. Something like that, maybe. Make a little bit of a difference. See that. I don't want the lines to be too harsh. But I think something like this works a little bit better. Yeah, now it kind of looks a little funny with that little part sticking out. Maybe we can do... yeah. Trial and error. I think we're gonna have to stop somewhere, but... there. Move this guy over, because I do like this one. I think there's potential with this one. And of these two... a little bit up here? Of these two... I think what's not working for me here is this. I think it's that and this down here, maybe. I mean, it shows the reds carving out, so maybe that's fine. Maybe this can go up by one. Oops. That does not work. Up as in... this does not go here and here. Something like that. It's separated. And it kind of makes it look round, but it doesn't look right still. Maybe it needs to come down here instead. Like this. So it now kind of looks like it's going around. This kind of needs to go like that to kind of fit better. Then we can bring in this stock like here. This gets moved up a little bit. And this goes up. Gotta get pushed in. Make it look round. I think that's a little better. This corner piece, though. Kind of fine. Maybe cut this off entirely? Let's first copy. That way we can still keep previous ideas. Let's see, what time is it? 4:36? Okay. We'll try a few more ideas with the mushroom. As again, this is just the first attempt at mushrooming. We'll try again after we do some references and look at some art. This attempt number 1 is just my first attempt to see from memory, from what I've read, what can I come up with? That's the idea behind doing try 1. What ideas immediately pop to mind if I were to try to make a sprite? An icon. What can I use? What have I used? What have I done? Maybe something like this? Kinda, but there's so many ways you can draw mushrooms. Color me surprised. Maybe we can move this in. This a little bit rounder. That. So then this comes back. Here. Kinda maybe the red needs to come down a bit more, not really sure. We can try. What I'm thinking is it's kind of, you're looking under the hood. You don't see much red. But sometimes you can just say, perspective, who needs it? Try bringing the red down a little bit. Maybe this down. Something's not right, and I think it's the red. Maybe we can bring this black in. This. Oh, I think you're onto something. Yeah, the reference is kind of under the hood. You still see a bit of cap. Yeah. This red has to come. Bring this in a little bit. This and like so. Maybe like this. Oops. I think that's okay. We can bring this out a little bit more. Yeah, I like it when it was smaller. Maybe we can shrink it. This. Make this one too. Oops. I don't know. I'll copy this. I think we're good. To start on shading. Shading's probably gonna help. Coming up with the ideas and styles has always been my favorite part. Because you can do so many of these, and you're still just doing a mushroom. And despite Pixelart being as simple as it is, there's still so much stylization. Which is always super neat. Bring this up. Oops. That. Maybe we can here. Add it like this. It's not very round when we do it like that. Maybe squishing it in. Oops. Then squishing it in. That. Kinda. Maybe by squishing it in we can add more from up here. Not making it seem too extreme. This? Kinda. I think maybe we can do one more out. That. And then they curve, so it goes down. So maybe this needs to go down here. This. Thinking that's round. I think that kind of rounds it off. Needs to go red, diagonal, diagonal, black. Maybe that's it. Have the curve going around, you have the dark color. Not sure what we can put down here, but I think that line might have to stay. We can add this here. Oops. Like that. No. If this was all black, what would the undertone look like? I'm thinking we delete that, delete some of that, and then underside of the cap. This would be black too. I mean, not black. That would be underside as well. Those lines kind of make it look rounder. I think that's what the lines are doing. How round is too round? That makes it look sharper. We don't want sharper. We want round. I think maybe this is round it's gonna get. Maybe what we can do is do... Oops. Something like... Oops. Copy. Paste. Sometimes you gotta take it slow. I'm thinking the stock needs a little bit more work. Maybe we can do this. Don't want to zoom in too much. Comes in, comes in. Just kind of wrapping. So maybe this red can come in a little bit. Like this. And then maybe black can come in. This. Sorta. And then this is all of this here. Getting somewhere? Yeah, slowly but surely. I think it might have been the stock. Maybe we can slide this over a little bit even more. Let me zoom out so we can see our differences. I think this is what's bothering me, this part right here. Let's try making this black. How can we fix that part? That can get red. Maybe this can come down a little bit. This. Ah. It looks squished. Maybe we have to move it up one. Okay. And then let's flip it again. Back over here. Zoom all the way over here. Well, notice too, when I'm zoomed out, you can tell something's off with the stock. Truthfully, you can tell something's off with everything. Which is this back area here. That's step one. Step one is that this back area doesn't look good. Maybe we can bring this down a little bit to make it so we can add that black area without it looking too bad. Something like that. And then as far as the stock is concerned, it might have to get moved down a little bit. A little bit and over. So maybe something like this. So I'm kind of inclined to make it kind of go in a little bit. I have to take the red, kind of slide it, take the black, kind of slide it, which allows that to go in. Maybe everything has to be shifted one more. The black gets shifted over, red gets shifted over, black goes in, goes in there. This can go maybe there. Oops. Almost. Something's off. We've almost reached our mushroom evolution. Maybe this can come in a little bit more. Means this. And then erase. If we erase the stock, it leaves more room for this guy in the back. Maybe raise this up. That's more stock. Yeah, it's really close. Almost there. This black has to come in a little bit. No, definitely not. Probably has to be rounded out a little bit. Then maybe the red can come in some. Means we can do this. I think. Almost. Maybe. That. Then maybe. Nearly. Something in here is not working for me. I think having the stock come up is nice, so maybe we can do this. This can come down. It's simple, but I want that curviness. Maybe the stock has to be this. Then we can make that. Add one of these. No. I think that's better. Let's slide this over a little bit. So we can see what we're working with in here wise. We can make it the stock a little bit wider. That might help. One more over. I like this. That adds to the mushroomy feel. Maybe making the stock have a bigger bottom here. Something to the extent of... I mean, we can't do too much. Maybe... I did copy, didn't I? No, I moved it over. I'm glad I checked. Let's try... doing a mushroom. Like... Oops. Too zoomed in. Zoom that over. I'm thinking here and the bottom is where it needs to change. Maybe something that's set in the back a little bit more. Something back here. Nearly. Something's wrong, but something's close. Like on the tip of my tongue. Maybe like that. And then... maybe this comes across here? Or maybe it comes like this. We do have a little bit more space. Slide it over a little bit. Means we can bring the cap down a little bit, maybe makes it more round. No, that's definitely not gonna help. I can see it. You can already see it. I can predict it. Though, maybe making this a little bit wider will help. Possibly. Red. Add in this up again. And add our down. This. Add our under layers like so. Oops. Erase this and this. Then be making I think moving this over one has to happen. As in 1. Whilst this go down red. And then the line here I don't like, but I think this works. Maybe like this. A little bit better. Maybe our mushroom can be a little bit more skinny. A little bit skinnier. Let me undo first. And then copy again, just so we save. He said just a copy again, just so we save. Paste and drag. Okay. Perhaps what is make this front area a little bit thinner. For example, this goes in, this goes in, this becomes that, this goes in. That could possibly go in. Possibly go over here. Be like this. This can go here. There. Oh. Let me zoom over here. So this one kind of looks like a bean. I don't know if we want bean. That's why I'm trying to make it thinner. We want more mushroom stocky feel. Maybe something like, oops. But it'll let me pick black. And a little less thick. Might feel better. Might have to come up to here. Place it up to there. And then maybe we can even possibly make this even more brown by adding the bottom here. Add the red here, here, here. Exit. Use all this room for here. Maybe it can come down to there. Change room for this. That might be a little bit too big, I think. I think this is as thick as the bottom layer can go. Oh, well, not let me... Trying to lock me in place. This. So it allows us more of a bottom feel to the bottom edge. Maybe then we can... Maybe the stump only needs to be a little bit wide. What if we add another area to it? Now it feels a little bit too tiny. But I think it's close. Maybe... This. I don't like this area. I think maybe that's where I'm trouble at. Maybe we can make it bigger in this area. Doing something like this. That. Maybe we can make it a little bit wider at the bottom. Something like that. Maybe this can go out a little bit more. Go in a little bit more. I think that's the mushroom. So it might be a little bit too long. Nope, not too long. I think that works. Flip it a little bit. Almost. I think maybe if we change this for this. Let's check over here. Yeah. Maybe this can come out. Oh. Oops, this needs to be black. just become that. And then... actually, no, I don't like that. My mind has been changed. I like this a lot more. Something's off. It's almost there. 4:53. So let's try... I really don't want to spend too much on this mushroom, but I feel it's so close. I like this. It's shifted over just a little bit, but this red's kind of getting in the way. And then this can come in a little bit. Maybe go up. Black can then go here. Means the red can come. That. Thinking. Yeah, this looks a lot better. That could come in. Get erased. And come up a little bit. I think we're good. Maybe up, down some. Oh. And then that. Yeah, I think so. I could probably play with that mushroom all day, just going back and forth, but I think this is it. I agree. Okay, yeah. I don't think anything. Look at all these mushrooms. It's crazy. We started from here. Let me hide these mushrooms. Worst part is it's not even done. This was the outline. But we have these. We had, I think making the outline this sort of one bit helped a lot. And I think, yeah, started here, moving, morphing, transforming. Taking the stem, taking the root, taking the base, but this, I think you're right. Now we move on to the second fun part. Adding more detail. Let's put that back up there. And let's move back to down here. Okay. And then I can paste. Where are you at, paste? And it looks like a mushroom from far away too. Maybe it could be a little less round. I don't want to touch it anymore. It's just one poke. Something like that. Instead, maybe. No, I think it was just so much black there is my issue. But I think that's good. Something to this extent. But I think that black's better. That's what it was? Yeah, okay. There, okay, yeah, that's it. So now, let's copy this just so we have it as what we were. Let's add other features now. For example, our white. We can go up here, grab this white, all the way back down. We can just do simple white spots. Something like here, here, here. Maybe a white spot here. Got maybe a white spot here. Maybe one down here and here. Maybe a little bit more different. Something like... Let me grab the red. Maybe here. Yeah, like that. I think if we weren't sticking to the idea of doing it here, pop this up. I might have to break my code of conduct. Possibly. I think this looks a lot better. Sometimes rules have to be broken. Only sometimes. But I think this looks a lot better than it a little bit flatter. Either that or maybe we'd have to push this down to make room for the higher part of here, I think, maybe. I think... yeah, I think this is better. Next then... What else do we have to do? I think that's it. It's mainly that part of the stock. You have your red, you have your base. We could add some details here. Maybe what we can do is add shading along down here. It's a little bit harsh, so maybe we can do second shading, which was... Where are you at? We had this shading. It was this one. This is the one we had. Not as harsh. Something like this. All along back here. Make it feel round. Make it feel more three-dimensional. Huh. And then this can kind of maybe go here. A little bit rounder up here. To show the curviness. This is shaded. Might even be like this shaded, but I don't think that works. I think this is fine. Maybe we can add a little bit of a shiny spot on the stem. I don't really get shiny spots. These have kind of spotted areas, but I think... Yep, the one on the right looks good. Yeah, it's because of this little bump. I'm certain that's the reason why. Take our shiny color. Oh, that is our shiny color. Never mind. Okay. Maybe we can add a shininess here. I kind of like it. It's a little pillowy, but I think it works for what we have. And we can kind of round out everything as well. For example, maybe we can take our thing and change the hue. Make it only this color in the center. And just to compare it and contrast with our anti-aliasing. Copy and drag. And then maybe we can do lines about here. Make it a little bit rounder. And then what else could we do? Maybe we can make the red and the white a little bit of a change. Maybe we could blend that in together. Color hue. Shift it. Use that color. It'll let me. Something like this. Nah. Still trying to get used to anti-aliasing. Maybe it would work for like... Oops. I think this is fine. Truth be told. Maybe we can brighten it up a little bit. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think this is fine for a mushroom. And I think I like the one on the right better. I think the roundness from the anti-aliasing helps. Just a smidge. It smooths it over a little bit. Let's go ahead and now edit our mushroom. I'm wondering how long the mushroom took us. I feel like it was at least an hour on this soul mushroom. But you know what? If that's what it takes, I think it worked out. Go ahead and do 5, I think, for this one because there's insides. And copy. Oops. Copy. It's the price, exactly. It's the price we had to pay. It had to be done. No ifs, ands, or buts. Paste. And paste. Perfect. Now we have our full outline. The next step down would be taking this red color and going down here with our caps. And maybe we would do... This is the interior. This is interior shading. So it might be something like this. Go off the cap. But you can't really tell. It's gotta be darker. A red, and we make it a darker red. We move it over here. Even darker red. Something like this. And I can see it. Even darker. More saturated. Something like that. You can kind of barely see it. And then... This really does bother me, that one spot, but I don't think there's any getting rid of it. Without it looking different. Sometimes you have to give and take. Take this dark color spot. Maybe make it warmer. You gotta head out for the evening? Thanks for coming! I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for helping. You helped a lot. Let's see. Have a good weekend, indeed. Oh, never mind. It's Sunday. Weekend's almost over. Have a good week. Let's see. Make this darker. Let's maybe something like that can make the mushroom stand out. Honestly, I'm thinking maybe we just line this a little bit like that. Nah. Still want a single pixel. Looks a little weird with a single pixel. Maybe we can change that though. Make this darker. Darker. Even darker. And then warmer. That. Like that. Or maybe our colored insides. Because when you look at it from here, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad. But I kind of want it to be brighter. Brighter but darker. Does that make sense? Let's see. Something like this I think might work better. Maybe a little bit more pale. Just so you can feel it. Okay, less dark. That's better, I think. And then... maybe we can make the outline a little bit better like this. Possibly. Yeah, I think that's where we went wrong at. I think that one pixel made it rounder. Crazy. Okay, I'll go ahead and swap that. Each of them. That and that. Perfect. Okay. Now that we have that, let's try zero outlines. All that basically is just adding more. So this would become that. This could become this. This is still the stock, so let's add the stock. Nah, it's not the stock. This is underneath. I think this too is underneath. All of that's underneath. And then we have the stock highlights, floor colors. Boy, this looks so weird without the outline. We add our highlights here. Highlight, 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 highlight. All of these are our highlights. Well, not their highlights, they're our spots. Something like that, maybe. And then this one is also a spot. I don't want to just erase that now that we can. We gotta stick to the rules. Something like this. So weird. Now that we don't have to worry about our outlines, feel a little bit better. I'm thinking something like this. Because we don't want to do shading. The outline's meant to be more of a just... if it had a little bit less outlines. Next is... let's try using the saturated brown for complete color. All of this gets turned into the brown. Like so. All the way around. It always looks so nice when it's done in the colored. I must say, if I do concur. It might have to be this one though. Yeah, this is the one. The brown was nice and all, but I think this red really helps to make it pop. After that, now we do the mixed color. This mixed one, I'm thinking... this is the bottom of the stem. Right. Kind of look here for what we did. This is bottom. This is all bottom. Now our top was a brighter color. Maybe we can go with a light red. Light red in the red. Something like this. Kind of looks a little pink. Maybe let's make it a little less pink. Still red. Something like this. I said this spot was a good idea. Has it always been there? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Wow, never mind then. Okay. This is the bottom of our stem. Go all the way around with it. Like that. Something's off. Maybe what we can do is darker, more saturated. Red. Never mind. Lighter. Red. Lighter. Red. Not working. Oh no. Okay, let's start off here with shifting the hue. And then let's take it back. Back. A little bit more back. Something like this? Yeah. I think that works a little bit better. It's too saturated. Make it a little bit darker. Something like this. Works a little bit better. Kind of worried about the blending in with shades. So it's brighter, but it's not. And since it's not, let's make it a little bit brighter. We want the red to pop out. And we do grayscale. I'm thinking maybe something like that. Then maybe we can also do this because it's in the darkness. Round that out a little bit. And then we can take the stock. Now, what would be a dark color for the stock? I'm thinking maybe over here. Here. A little bit darker. Yeah, I think this works. This is our dark stocky color. All of this. Like so. It can come out as the stock as well. We can make a brighter version. This dark. This. Crazy how that's so similar. Maybe. I mean, it kind of works. Not too fond of this color. Maybe we can do this. Nah, it has to be darker. Dark. No, dark. I think that's a little bit better. It's a smidge. Still a smidge. Something like this, I think, would work for our outline. Or our partial outline. And that would be our mushrooms. Okay. That took ages. We probably might, well, not probably. Probably won't have, no, yeah, probably. Probably not too much time left to do all of them again. Glad I kept it limited to 3. But oh boy. Did I not expect mushrooms to be the fall of my rise to the top. Okay. This is attempt number 1. We'll probably only... Well, maybe. It depends. We'll see. That's attempt number 1 done. And done, though. Let us go back to... Oh, the screen. Almost at the wrong screen. Okay. Overview done. Resources done. Dating basics done. Attempt 1 done. Which means we move on to the field trip. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me go here. Here. Everything's pulled up. I welcome you. Oh, perfect, it shows. I welcome you to Minecraft. I know we did Minecraft yesterday. That's a good reason. You gotta trust. You gotta have trust. You gotta have faith. This is Minecraft. Yes, yes. Even if you haven't seen Minecraft before. Keep it brief. There are different textures in Minecraft. What I really like about Minecraft is that there's different styles, different feelings. And with Minecraft, we're going over here. I just want you to take a look and just eye it. Just study. Just look at everything. This is a map that has all of the items in the game. Here you have maybe your water, your lava. Here you have some rocks and minerals. You might put that in the game. You have some wood textures here. What are? There we go. We've got some different wood textures. Might put that in there. We're not even going over there. We're going over here. You have plants, different plant stages, different plant colors, different biomes. And look, there's mushrooms. Just want to take it in, to feel it. To look at the way Minecraft decided to do different textures. And this is the updated version of Minecraft. With that said, let's go back to old Minecraft. Go to options, textures, and I will click here. And with old Minecraft, it looks a little different. Kinda, sorta. You can notice right away, right? Some of the changes in the tree colors are different. Older Minecraft, I think, had a maybe, you might even call it dull. That's not dull, but there was a dull feel to it. Water kind of looks the same. You can definitely tell the difference with these. Overall, I would call, oh, I've never seen this one before. Moving on, maybe dull. Maybe dull is the best word for it. Let's go back to over here with our armors and our ores. You take a look. Yeah, dull might be the best way to describe it. Let's see if we can spot that wood again. Have that wood. Blue wood. They're all really interesting colors. Here are ores again. You can immediately tell right off the bat something's different, right? Here you have your armor. Again, something looks off about it. Something looks different. And again, with your water, lava, different. Now, I would like to bring you to the fact that if you're looking to get better at items, get better at textures, get better at programming, get better at making games, I think a great way or a great place to start is with modding, which is something I've always wanted to do. I haven't done before, but find a game that has mods. For example, you might say Stardew Valley, that's a good one. Or Minecraft, for example, where there's all these different textures. You have your wheat, and you can even look here in our tools, utility food. They have apples, they have carrots, potatoes. Try to find ways you can just do something a little bit. I've seen challenges before where a person will do one new texture every day to make a texture pack. That could be a fun challenge. Trying to make new textures for Minecraft. Seeing all of these different blocks, different materials, and trying to make something that works together. If you're wanting to make a game, but not make a game, more so be the artist of a game, this could be a good place to start. Minecraft is 16 by 16, which we just did. And with that said, well, what's this up here? It's all the items I had listed out. Would you look at that? We have an arrow, we have pickaxe, sword. Here we did our mushroom. This is how Minecraft does their mushrooms. We have some wheat. Honey, now look at this honey. I wouldn't have even thought of that. We have, what do we do? We did red mushroom, we did egg. Look at this egg, it's very simple. You can see, if you can kind of see in the texture, I'm not sure how well it shows up. I tried to up the brightness. Here, and we'll look at this in Sprite, but I'm just general showing. We have our light here, our dark lines that are outlined, and then our light up here. You can tell this is a colored outline. Minecraft seems to do, you can see here again, light up here, dark up here. It's simple. Simple colored outlines. Here it's a little bit different. Kind of all over the place. You can look at these textures, try to dissect them, try to think about them in a different way. Apple, light up here, dark down here. A sword, not really. More of a one solid color. Okay? So now that we've done Minecraft, let's quickly go back to updated Minecraft. So you can just compare and contrast really quickly. Here you can see it's a lot brighter too. Wheat looks different. Minecraft updated their wheat texture. Now it kind of follows that pattern of light up here, dark down here. You can see the sunflower. Let's take a look at our egg again. Oh wow, look! They changed the texture of the egg. The egg is no longer that one big spot. There's a lot more anti-aliasing. There's a lot more shading when it comes to the egg. The mushroom's different now. Well, I think it looks different. Looks a little bit wider. They did mushrooms very simply. Look at this apple. That is a completely different apple. New apple entirely. We have our swords. Sword looks brighter. At least that's what I think. Our axes, our pickaxes, and our books. Okay. With that said, I wanted to take a look at some texture packs that people have made. And you can find those texture packs in the document I sent you. We have 4 texture packs to look at. 6 texture packs to look at. No, 5. Okay, we're good. Dandelion, Excalibur, Fateless, Plastic, and Windscape. Let's start with, and let me pull this up because I have a list. Items here, and labels. Okay, let's start with Windscape. Let's click transfer. Perfect. And I want you to notice what's different. Keep in mind, it's still 16 by 16. This is still Minecraft. These are still the same exact items. But what's different? What do you feel compared to regular Minecraft? I might say it's a lot brighter. It feels a lot more vibrant. The wood looks different. The plants look a lot more bright. Got your water, your plants. I'd say things might look even a little bit nicer. Look at these big leaves compared to regular Minecraft. The stalks on the mushrooms. Look at the textures. That's really all. Oh, yes. Let's go back over to the armory, which is this way. Look at the wood. A lot different than the other wood. And I find that crazy. There's so many different ways to do textures. Because every one of these is 16 by 16. You can do it in so many different styles, so many different ways. This is called the Whimsical pack, I believe. And it feels whimsical, doesn't it? Here we have armor. It looks a lot different. A different style. You could even say these could be made for different games entirely. That's why people... Look at the lava. That's why people really don't like texture packs sometimes, because it doesn't make Minecraft look like Minecraft. Sometimes making it 16 by 16 kind of helps. Some people make them bigger. But this is keeping to the same exact borders that we just did. And we just drew. Again, look at your... Oh, let me zoom in. Your arrows, your pickaxes. Notice the differences. You've got your book up here. Take a look at the mushrooms. It's bigger, for one. It has a solid border, it looks like, at least from this angle. For our egg, there's a lot more shading. It's interesting. This might be like a highlight. Here you can see there's a colored outline, darker up here. Look at the honeycomb. That's smart. Here I was trying to draw hexagons. They just use dots. That's very smart. Look at the wheat. Again, colored up top, darker at the bottom. Sunflower, colored at top, darker at the bottom. We're doing it simpler. And take a look at the slime. Okay. Now that we've done whimsical, let's move on to the P one. Which one is that one? Options, resource packs. Plastic. That's what that one is. Load it up. Again, take a look and see what feels different. What do you get? This is called the plastic texture pack. And it definitely feels very plastic. It feels different. Something about it feels off. It feels... I'm getting more blocky vibes from this. Look at the leaves compared to the leaves before. Yeah, look at this. They're using blocks to shade. Blocks, lines. Look at the stems, the roots of the mushrooms. This wood difference. This is leaves. But it doesn't look like leaves. But yeah, it somehow still works. You can see the lines on the trees. Here we have some of the plants again. Again, it does feel plastic. How do they make it feel plastic? Very simple. I think because it's so simple, very few colors, you can make it feel plasticky. Go back over to our armor this way. Look at the wood again. Again, very simple, very rounded. The subtle differences, but it helps change the atmosphere of the game by a large margin. Here you have your armor again. The last one was whimsical feeling. This one's more plasticky. You can kind of see the armor's less medieval, I guess is the best way to say it. Take a look at your ores. You can instantly tell. It looks simple, but I mean, there's a little bit of, maybe one might call that even dithering. You can have an outline along the block. These ores are very simple. They're just blocks. Well, not blocks, but small. Interesting how you can stylize something. The lava looks different. I think that's it. Let's go back up to up here. What can you notice? What can you see? Here with the arrow. It looks different. It's very flat. I think that's what makes it feel plasticky as well. This is a lot less dimensions. Really, this book is just a block. Or a rectangle. It's just a rectangle with some shading. Here, the enchanted book's also just a rectangle with some shading. The slime is just cube. Simple shading. Apple, again, these are very flat. I think that's what really helps. Look at this egg. No shading on it. But still, center color, top is brighter, bottom is darker. This one's also super simple, where it's just 3 colors of red, the shade. Now look at this honeycomb. This is another way to do it. I think because it's Minecraft, maybe people are more inclined to do blocky sort of textures. But this still could easily pass as a honeycomb. We have wheat up here. Now look at this wheat. It's not a bundle of wheat this time. Well, it's still a bundle, but it's done differently. Done from top to bottom. And then take a look at the sunflower. Again, interesting. We've done plastic. Now let's move on to the F1, which I believe is like fantastical. What is it called? Video resource pack. Faithless. Okay. Give Faithless a little look. And if it'll load, I don't know if my computer decided it wanted to die today. See. I'll let this move over a little bit. Change things. Okay, it worked. Wonderful. Got a little worried there for a second. Also, just as a game dev thing, take in mind the menus and the buttons, how they're different. It's interesting. Alright, what do you feel? I feel like this is more Minecraft feeling. I'm getting more dull tones, dull vibes from it. The stone, for example, looks similar to Minecraft, but there's a little bit of a difference. It's more faithful to Minecraft, one might say. Got your iron, a little bit more detail on it all. Have your wood, and just, it's a little bit of a change. Maybe that's why it's called faithful. It stays faithful to Minecraft, tweaks it a little bit. Oh wow, look at the ores. There's more shading. Maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's what makes it feel better. Yeah, like those shining colors. It's really nice. Coal's meant to be dull. You have iron that's a little bit nicer. Copper. I want it to move. There we go. Look at that. That's completely different from the other ones we've seen. It's interesting how you can take something, change it completely. Look at this lava. Completely different. It's a lot more dull, a lot brighter, but there's a sparkle to it. You can see all that sparkle. It's interesting. And this water is blue. Very blue. Let's go back to our plants. Oops, this way, plants. Oh, what's up there? I'm curious, but I shall not go there. For our plants, very vibrant. It has a vibrant feel to it. It's dull in some ways, but vibrant in others, which is interesting. You can take a look. It's less blocky like the other one was. Very nice colors. Taking a look over. Look at the cactus. Look at the sugarcane. Look at our sunflowers. Everything just has a... It is staying faithful to Minecraft, but in a different way. Look at that. The leaves again. Our mushrooms are different. Take a look at the stems from before. You can see here, they kind of did a round leaf for the jungle wood. The trees. The bark textures. Now let's go back up here. And would you look at that? Same exact textures, but differently. Here we have our arrow, our pickaxe. Our book's 3D, but ignore that. Sometimes they like to get a little bit fancy with their textures. Really, when you're looking at it from this way. Oh, no, okay. Well, look at it from my inventory, if you can squint. It's 3D. It's got some textures, but when you toss it, it's 3D, so just ignore that. Let's see, we have our mushrooms. We can take notice. Look, I kind of did mushrooms the same way I did. Now, granted, I had to set all of this up, but I was doing it so fast and lacking sleep, I doubt it had much impact to me referencing it. That one's a flathead. They did round too. It looks more like a turtle shell, and it still somehow works. You have your egg. This one has a lot of colors on it, a lot of shading. And they animated their honey. Isn't that nice? This one, they did circles. So maybe circles is the way to go for honey. was thinking, you know, well, circles are kind of, I didn't want my honey to look like a circle, but it works. This looks like honey. Again, you have your bales of hay. They do sort of wrap around like the other ones, but light top, dark bottom. Sunflower has been upgraded to have a stem. Light top, dark bottom. There's consistency. Our apple. Can we check out the apple? Light bottom and some shading. And look at the slime. It's also animated, but ignore that. Well, pay attention, but ignore it. Top, it's translucent and it has feeling to it. And here's the book, the enchanted book. You can ignore the sheen, that's special effects, but I mean, I guess that book is this book. No, they look completely different. You can kind of see the book in the hotbar compared to this book. This one has gold, it has a red ribbon around it. Everything from here, yeah, okay. Let's move on to E. What does E stand for? I don't know, we'll see. Excalibur. And move Fateless. Oops, Fateless back. And it's done. Let it load while it's loading. Water time. Again, GUI is different. More wooden. Let's see. What on here? Completely different feel. This one I'm feeling, well, it does feel dull. That's to start off. Feels, here I can even do this. Feels super dull. I mean, it's not my thing. I don't like this look. But it is a style, and I think it's important to look at styles. Even if you don't intend on using them. Everything is, less saturation. I think maybe that's why I don't like it. Look at the carrots. These are carrots. They don't look like carrots. These are not carrots. They are pitcher plants. Ignore that. They look like carrots. Where are our carrots at? Hold on. These are carrots. They do look like carrots. Sorta. Now, where was I? The leaves look kind of similar. Kind of the same, though it's less vibrant. Everything's definitely more dull. It feels like a swamp anywhere I go. It just feels swamp. You can see the stems on the mushrooms are different. Yeah, I think that's why I don't like it. It's dull. I'm not really a big fan of dull colors. There's a time and place for everything. I think because it's named Excalibur, it's trying to stay medieval. Maybe that's why it's super dull, is to have a sort of medieval feel to it this way. Okay. The wood is around the same colors, but it's still different and dull. Let's see. Wow, yeah, definitely I'm getting medieval feels from it. Look at this stone as well. Different. I keep saying different, but it is. Diamond. You didn't check out diamond. I'm looking at the iron. Gotta wait for it to come back around. Wood. Stone. It's interesting. It's interesting. Iron. That's your iron. And your gold. A little crown because it's medieval. Your ores are different. There's more texturing in this one. Maybe it's more so of a dithering thing. Your gold feels different. Everything feels different, and yet it's still the same game. It uses the same boundaries and same texture, but depending on how you use Pixelart, it can vary so much. Yeah, look at the emeralds. Interesting. This is a thicker texture for lava. The other one was light and sparkly. This water is less blue. Well, now it's more blue, but less blue. This is more desaturated blue. Let's go back over to all the items. I want to take a look at that again. Desaturated, but it still works. And I guess maybe more realistic, one might call it. You have your arrows, your pickaxes, books, your mushrooms, your light shading at the top, no shading at the bottom. This one seems to have, that's interesting to note. Maybe because it's meant to be more realistic, that's why there's no outlines. Because as you remember before, if you want it to be realistic, you don't add outlines. I'm not really seeing outlines here. It's not really shaded, it's less outlines. You can see here, yeah. Maybe that's why it has a different feel. No outlines. Even here at the bottom, it's not really an outline. Kind of just more put together. Yeah. That's what this is. I didn't know that going into here. I tried to choose different texture packs that have had different styles. Let's test that theory really quickly. Let's choose this, for example. And let's choose a carrot. And take a frame really quickly. I'm just super curious. And stick them up on the wall. Look at that. No outline. Yep, I think that's what makes it feel different. It's realistic because it has no outline. Okay, let's move on to our last one. Starts with a D. Dandelion. This used to be one of my favorites. Dandelion, here we come. Again, it's so interesting. The font also makes such a big difference. That could be a whole topic in its own. But having the wood have gold bars definitely changes the feel. Let's go back here, go back down here. Now, what do you feel about this one? How does it make you feel? This one, it's not very saturated, but compared to the last one, it's warmer. I'm getting more warmth from this. More of like a cozy sort of warm, not a heat intensified warm, but a cozy warm. Let's go. Where is it? This way. Again, different. You can see how they decided to texture the grasses with circles and dots. Warm, but it's not at the same time. Plants look different. They look brighter in a sense, but not at the same time. Everything just feels different. And it's questioning those feels that can help you make better pixel art. Because you can look at other person's art and pick apart why you like them, what makes them different from everything else. Here you can look again at the leaves. Definitely is warmer, but it's still very desaturated. Which is really interesting, especially when this is super saturated. I can feel it. I like it. Maybe because it's foreign? That could be it. You have the stems, and look at the stems. Oops. Look at the stems. They have it stylized with swirls. That's always a thing of when you're doing pixel art. Because you don't have much space, you can always just make shapes out of your pixel art. And by making shapes, it keeps it stylized. As with this mushroom, you have your rows. Look at the dots, the lines, little zigzags. Doing those little small changes. Look at the little swirls of the vines. Stylized, and because it's stylized, nice to look at. Let's go back over here to this way. Take a look at the wood. Less colors. It still has those banded lines to help with differentiating the wood. I think it looks nice. Yeah, it's like, I like this texture pack. It might not be that saturated, but I still like it. It's simple. It's simple, less saturated, and warm. Oh, let me zoom back in. Here, you can see with your armor, right on time. Look at the, oh look, that's a head back there. The gold has some texturing changes. Different colors and different styles, despite having the same template to make an entire difference. Look at this stone, for example. Every single stone. Emeralds. I want to see the coal. Gold. Your quartz is really interesting. They just kind of did dots. This is, yeah, okay, here's the coal. Again, not very textured. Very, like, I said this before, but simple. I'm noticing this is a very simple pack. Again, with your lava, dull. Dull, but it still counts as lava. It has a more, I don't even know what color that would be. That's not orange. Yellow? I'm not getting lava. This feels more like gold. This is how I would describe it. Golden, molten gold. This water has brighter saturation. You can see, this is bright. And is that everything? I believe so. Go back over to our board. Take another look. So we have our arrow, pickaxe, sword, book. This book's not three-dimensional anymore. Take a look at our mushrooms. It's interesting. Not seeing much outlines again. This might be an outline-less one. Maybe that's why I'm also not too into it. Again, what they did here for lighting is making it dots instead. They took advantage of shaping. Here for the honeycombs, it's interesting. It's very pokey. And I think that lends well to it being a honeycomb. Let's back up a little bit so we can see it from a distance. Again, with the shapes and colors, They made wheat a spiral. They made it a more so blocky feel to it. And depending on what you're trying to go for, maybe 16 by 16 isn't for you, but you can use this in the sense of shapes can help communicate things a lot. They can add clarification to something, for example. As with sunflower, you might think circle. With hive, you might think hexagon. The sunflower, again, has no shading, so I'm thinking this is also a outline-less pack. I think that's what this is. Look at our slime. Well, it's also animated. Nice and shiny. No outline. So it's outline-less. I think that's what makes it feel more realistic. Makes it feel more down to earth. You can see with the apple, again, no outline. But still somehow works. I think it's interesting how you can just use 5 pixels to add shading to something. They also decided to not go with a leaf. That's overall all the texture packs I have for you. Let's go ahead and move on back over to the other screen, shall we? Hey, Sprite. We'll look into A-Sprite, and what did you know? I don't think I'll need Minecraft, so I'll go ahead and close it. We have all of these texture packs on screen. Wow, fancy. Let's see. I wanted to point out here, these were 2 of the textures that we had from itch.io, MPFR. Let me double check to make sure I say the names correctly. One from Marie Peppo, and the other one's from Frinku. Franuka. And this one is Stardew Valley. And I just want you to, again, look at the differences, look at the similarities. Try to question why you like it. Here, the outlines aren't black, they're colored, but they're not black. We have some warm tones in this one. These are all iron swords, and yet they're completely different. We have books. I couldn't really find a regular book and an enchanted book, so you'll have to excuse that. But again, choosing to have the book open versus book on this edge versus book flat. Slime. Now, Stardew Valley does have slime, but I could not find the slime sprite. Here, though, single outline. Is that the same? Yeah, kind of. Here's a colored outline. It's single. It's single. I think it's just single color. It's not shaded. This lacks a shaded outline. This one's more so shaded. Never mind. It's just colored outline. This one's shaded, I think, maybe. Taking a look. Yeah, look at this. This is shaded. Because you have this color and it transitions. This is not a shaded outline. This one might be considered a colored outline. I think that's the word I'm looking for. You have your honeycombs here. They went with an X, which is interesting. It all comes down to stylization. How can you communicate what you want to communicate best? Stardew Valley, when you collect honey, it doesn't appear as honey, it appears as a jar of honey. Which I think it's cute. Stardew Valley has a lot of saturation. That's one thing. A lot of people don't like Stardew Valley because of the saturation. So take a look at how bright this wheat is compared to this wheat. It's different. And here with our sunflower versus this sunflower again, some people choose to have the sunflower face. Some people want to add the green to the sunflower. You can see here, the sunflower is colored by one color. Here it's more of a shaded outline. You have this color, you have that color, and you have this color. Compared to this all being one color. And with that said, take a look at all of them. Now, it's kind of hard to see. Let's just keep what we have from what we were studying. Let's shrink the list down a little bit. I can zoom in. And I'm just gonna copy everything to a different... Oops, wrong thing. Copy everything to a different sheet. It should make it easier. New paste. Oops. Works. Okay. Items. Perfect. And then we'll do new again. We did red mushroom. We'll go ahead and select. And paste again. Oops. I have to copy this. And then paste. Oop. Hold on. Undo. Copy, copy. Sure, it's copying. Like so. But one more time. Copy and paste. And then one more layer. Grab the items. Grab our eggs. Copy. Paste. Perfect. Go ahead and hide this. That is I said. And here we have our more simplified things, I guess you could call it. We started off with the egg. So I'll go ahead and label these. Room. Home. And this is our Eggo. And we'll bring our Eggos up here. All of them. We can mush them together a little bit. Just keep things a little bit organized. It's so cool how you can take something so simple and change it. It doesn't even have to be with regular digital art. Even with pixel art, by doing a few changes, it completely changes the feel of it, the different colors and everything. Wild how all of this comes from the same game, but different styles. Add all of these here. One goes here, like so, and move these down. We'll make these go underneath so we can have a little bit of... It can be a little bit easier to get a good feel for everything. Move this down. Oops. Like that. And move it to here. Like that. Okay. Here are our eggs. And now, let's go with my egg. Now, we've settled on liking this one, I believe. Let's grab this egg. And then let's hide everything else. Go back to Eggo and put it here. Oh, what do you think? You can definitely tell all of these are eggs, for sure. This, let me... Really bright red. Up here, you have the shaded, the light. And notice too, I didn't notice this when we were playing. Well, this is Stardew, that's why. This is pink. And by making it pink, it really adds a difference in color and lighting. This one feels very dull, but yet still has that shading we were talking about. This was a smaller egg, it's adorable. Maybe if we were to add to our egg, we could add a little bit more shading. Truthfully, I think we did pretty good with the egg. I like our egg. The egg can also change in shape, like we said before. This one's a lot taller and thinner. This one's bigger. We tried to stick to our code of making it not touch the edges. We had to break it. Sometimes you have to make the rules and break the rules. I mean, there's always things you can change, always things you can improve on. Let's grab our egg from here and paste it down here. Now, I think a good spot to improve on may be to add a little bit of lighting in the bottom corner. I like when my textures are detailed, but simple. If that makes any sense. Like, this is simple, super simple. This is detailed, super detailed. Something a little bit in between. I like this. I like this one kind of. Again, it comes down to the colors. I like vibrant colors, so if you got some vibrancy in there, you got my heart. Let's go ahead and copy these. Paste them and move them over here, just so we can keep an eye on them. Now, how can we improve this egg? I'd say the egg can be improved by changing their lighting, that's one. Let me move this up here so we can see all of our eggs. Now, how will we improve the lighting, for example? Maybe what we could do is... Let's make this whiter. Well, no. These don't have whiter highlights. You can notice that. Maybe what we need to do is make this a little bit brighter. That. No. They have duller highlights. Maybe we can try to stick to something a little bit more dull. It transitions from that to this to the other one. And I'm thinking something more on this line. Brighter still, maybe a little bit brighter. Like that. That might be better. Oops. Is it not gonna let me write on it? No, it's not. Hold on. Get a little bit of a drawing thing in. Like this? Why doesn't it want me to draw? Maybe I can just do another layer. Oh, that's why it doesn't want me to draw. Undo. Escape. There you go. Let's try adding instead an outline like this. Kinda a little bit better. We can take away this dithering feeling to it. Make it a little bit brighter, maybe. Something like that could work a little bit better. Kinda like that. Adds a nice feeling. Maybe we could bring back that transition idea. Groups. They're in hue. Get the mix in between. And go with this. Change it, just a subtle change. Next, maybe we can make this white a little brighter. I like my white bright. I think that works. Maybe what we can do is add a little bit of a shine for the reflection feel to it. Maybe we can add color. Should we make it pink too? Maybe we can do blue. What blue? Nice light blue. Maybe something like this. I'll highlight it. It might have to be desaturated a little bit more. A bit more saturated. Something like too harsh. Then again, I'm not too knowledgeable in this topic quite yet. If we want to make it blue, you would switch it over to closer to blue. That's how you would make it more blue. Can't really tell. Usually if you want to go... Maybe we can do a red light. For example, here, orange, desaturate it. Something like this. We can't really tell, you know. Maybe something like this. You can kind of see it now when it's zoomed out. I don't think it matters too much. I think we might have to make it a little bit more red. Like that. Give it brighter. That. I kind of think so. I think that can work. And then we can take that and this color and maybe smooth it out a little bit. Where did my scripts go? Color hue. And we can move that in there. I think that kind of works. Like that. I don't know if I'm too much a fan of this red idea. I like it, but I don't like it. See? Listen. We can make this a little bit darker. Had a bit of a deeper feel to it at the bottom. That doesn't look too bad. Like that. You can notice here as well, the lighting fades, so maybe that's why it doesn't look as nice. I'm gonna try to do that with mixing the colors in, but I don't think I succeeded. I think this works for now, though. I think this... Now, I kind of like this one, as it was just simpler. But I do think it looks... It definitely pops out a lot more. Let's go ahead and slide that over. This is our attempt number 2, and... Not too sure about the red. It's more fair to look at it from this angle, from all the way up there, than to look at it from this. I'll zoom out a little bit to make it a little bit more fair. I think that works though. I think maybe by adding that color, maybe what we can do instead is maybe something like this. Nah, I think the pink works. I think the pink makes it pop out more. That's what we're going for here. Pop. Now that we have that egg done, let's move on to the honey. And move everything together. Oh boy. You notice as well the use of space. Some of the honey is smaller than the others. Some of the honey zooms right in and you look at it. Move this over here. There wasn't much honey to work with. I do like this one. If I had to choose a favorite, what would it be? I do like the idea of making it an X. That's where it ends. The idea, the thought that counts. Let's move that one there. Then we'll go ahead and add our ends. And let's go ahead and just copy these two. Oops. That's the ones we copied for the egg. Let's keep in line with that. I definitely don't think I want to learn black outline. It's important to know. That is true. And it didn't copy, unfortunately. Let's try again. Now it's 5:54. Might go on for like another 30 minutes just so we can wrap up. I don't think it'll take one bit. Especially now that we can see just minor edits to help get across the ideas we had. Slide down my honeycombs now. Honeycombs. Oh dear, dear honeycombs. Let's make it simpler. I think that's where we should start. For example, let's go with the colored outline we have here. I want to do something like this. I think that's better. You can see here when they use two colors, they use two tones. So shading top, shading bottom. What did I do? Dark top. Yeah, dark top, light bottom. Kinda did that. Let's try making them smaller. Start. Didn't want to get rid of everything, but that might be the only way. Make sure I didn't have anything on select. Let's just... Oops. Something like this and shade everything out. Like so. Okay. Then let's zoom out and go all the way back down here. Let's try the 4 option, where it's just 4 blocks. For example, just take and go here. Now, do they have... Interesting. There's a big line difference between them. For example, do one here, here, here. Might do one there. Let me zoom in here so I can see what I'm talking about. Texture was like... Hold. A little bit bigger. Ah, okay. What it looks like, at least from my understanding, is like there's a big round square. And there's another big round square. Like this. There's another one here. Round square. I have this 4 in here. It's a round square. That's how it goes. No, it's more diagonal. Like this. It's diagonal like this. And then it drops here. And then there's one line down here. And this is where the diagonal is. Oh, hold on. This is tricky, but it's good to try to take it all apart. I kind of like the idea of it doing it in that way, but we'll see. Maybe what we can do is keep it like this and just make rows. Maybe something like this. I don't want it to be too equal. Kind of just play with shapes. I think making it bigger helped a lot in simplifying it. For example, maybe we can do something like this instead. Looks a lot different in style, doesn't it? Maybe we can do it from an upper angle. For example, something like this, this, and this. Separate each of them. One line here, one line here, one line here. Let's do one line here. One line here, here, here. And maybe one down here. Then maybe let's go here, 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 here. Very different. I don't like it. Maybe we can make the squares a little bit bigger. Like that. Maybe that'll work better for our honeycomb. Being sections small, but still not too small. A bit close, but maybe something like this. Where we have our 6, right? No, our 4. 2, 2, 2. And then we have another 2 up here. Maybe it's more so down here. I don't want it to be too close, so let's make it here. Like that, maybe? Then let's do our dark up top, light on the bottom. We already did the dark. Do our light. Here. This. And maybe next what we can do is, you can kind of see it kind of blends in a little bit between each of them. We can take our lighter color that we have up here and add it to the top. I did like that. Light color at the top, dark color at the bottom. Oops. That. Then we had an in-between color. Darker than this. Like this. Kind of works. It also kind of looks like panding. Just not good. Maybe we can instead make this a double line to make it thicker. I do like that. Maybe we can then make this a little bit darker. And these can be sort of other areas that we can't see. Makes it pop out more, doesn't it? And make this a little bit darker. Adding some of these in here. Oops. Like that. Now see, this is no outline. We want to be very careful. We still want an outline. Maybe what we can do instead is do something like this. Keep an outline. Just a partial outline. Yeah, I think maybe one line's fine. No, I like it thicker. I think the thick one works. Kind of like that. So this needs to be a little bit darker. I think that works. We can add some, so you can see here it's very vibrant gold. Have some light gold colors. So let's spruce up things a little bit. Add some gold maybe. Maybe some of this here. Some of these patches in. Then maybe we can add a little bit of a darker tone, something in between those two. So grab that, grab this. Edit, or scripts. Color and hue. Smaller. And then we can add, oops, get it right. Scripts. Hue. There. I wanted that color. Okay. We can do that here, maybe something here. Just trying to mix things up, make things a little bit easier on the eyes when you look at it from far away. Maybe instead what we can do is do mixes along here. Example. The light goes here, here, up here. Actually, wrong thing. Because you have to remember it's dark on top, light on the bottom. Actually, it'd be like this. Like that. Truthfully, I kind of think that makes it look a little muddy. I like this a little better. I think just a little more shading might help. Have a darker, warmer tone. To break up the textures a little bit. Don't want it to be too simple. We also want to remember to keep things subtle. Maybe something like this. A little better for our honey. You're back again? Your internet... Ah, such a shame, but welcome back. You can see it's 6, but we're still going. We're almost done. Telling ya. I'm thinking maybe... grayscale? Edit... Where is it at? Where'd it go? Client... canvas mode. Yeah, you can see here. The outlines are very clear. Let's change it a little bit to make the grayscale work for us. Do back. This needs to be brighter. Maybe this bright. We might have to go all the way sort of bright. We'll see. Delete all of this. Yeah, maybe we have to go this bright in this direction, I'm thinking. Brighter yellow. So many honeycombs? Don't they? They're all from Minecraft. No, all from Minecraft. I made these 3. These are from Minecraft. This one, all Minecraft, except for a few, I can't label them out. I believe it is these 6 that are from Minecraft. And these 2 that are from different games. They are pretty, aren't they? Well, let's see. Mode. Grayscale. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's a little bit better. Maybe we can blend these 2 colors to make it look less different. A lot of these colors you can see, they're very well blended. Maybe except for not this one. You can still tell, because it's so clear and there's a sense of clarity. You can still tell when it's different. Let's try color mode RGB. Never mind. Back. Let's just do back button. Far more easier. Those 2 colors, and let's move them together a little bit. Color and hue, make this one. Oh. Maybe add 3 lines. I don't know about that one. Maybe we can do... Kept drawing honeycombs? I did not! We moved... What really took forever was the mushrooms. You want forever. I think I spent a solid good hour on the mushrooms. That was awful. It was painful. It worked out, but at what cost? Truthfully. Oh man. I think maybe adding one more shiny color here to brighten up our yellow. One more bright yellow for the road. This. Just to make it glisten a bit more. And maybe we can make this a little bit darker. Can you see? Oh, we're about to get to the mushrooms, don't you worry. Oh boy, the mushrooms are pain. I'm thinking we put this here. Add a little bit more darkness to our honeycomb. I think we're good. I think there's definitely an improvement. To go from this honeycomb to the one on the right. There's a lot more clarity, I believe. I think so. I like it a lot more as well. Here didn't look as textured. I couldn't tell where the light was coming from. But overall, far better. So let me move that again. And now we'll move on to the mushrooms. We started off with this mushroom. Kinda tried to. Hold on. Yeah, are you trying to you see what I'm picking up and putting down? This is the start of the mushroom. Trying to figure out some shapes. Decided to do one bit and draw it out, blob it out. Last one, yep. It was just a lot of testing with textures. Slowly pushing pixels, moving pixels. pushing, pulling, until we landed on this one. This is the one we went with. Out of all of these. Can you see it? Started here, ended up here. After that, we went down here, had to figure out the coloring, and then these are our variant mushrooms. From no outline to full outline. Speaking of, I can go ahead and grab these two, our colored outline and our powder outline. And 1 second. Great, but here, oops. Here be. Okay. 1 second. I'll be right back. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay, the mic's still on. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Now we're back. I usually try to finish around 6. I'm gonna keep going. We'll have to get back up in 1 bit. Let's try to go to 6:30. I think we can get it done in 6:30. Gotta get the position of my stuff back up and running. Let's go back to A-Sprite. Mushrooms. Let's see. I'm thinking... Let me put my glove back on. And figure out how to put the glove back on. I think I turned it inside out. I did turn it inside out. Oops. Okay, there we go. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I'm very happy with the end results of our mushrooms. Years, ages, eons to get here, but we did. And I didn't copy the mushrooms. So these are the mushrooms we've made. And then let's go to the mushrooms from Minecraft and other games. We'll just slide them all together. Where does the stem of that one mushroom? I think I maybe got lost in translation. Drag them all the way over here. Sliding and moving. Yeah, I think that's it. Some texture packs, when I was looking through them, they were in different folders. Sometimes the textures were blocks. Sometimes the textures were items. Made it a little bit hard to find them, so I think that's why these lack a stump, is because they're just the top. We're fine, we're good. Okay, so these are the mushrooms we have to look at. And here are my mushrooms. They don't look out of place. I think one thing we can change. Move this. Oh, we move them down. But get rid of this one. I definitely do like my Mia shaded outline. I like them. I think they're nice. Let me move them here. Good to see. And then zoom out a little bit. As far as our shrooms go, I like the highlight. The lack of stump makes it look. It does. Here, does this help? Let me just. There. Any better? Just add a little bit of a dark color. Add a little bit of a light color. There. Ignore the lack. I'm thinking what we do is we can add maybe a red trim highlight. I like the idea of that. My whites were very desaturated. You can see these whites are very pop in color. One thing maybe also to notice is that this seems to be a blue. Over here? Yeah, this is a blue. This is a blue white. This is a red white. And my white is a yellow white. Maybe what we want to do is move this over here. Let them be special. You think that's special? Sure, let's keep them as we found them, I suppose. One thing we can change right off the bat, because I did this because of the light. You can see here as well, it's black for the underside. Maybe we can. What can we do? Let's start off by making this red darker. I think making it darker could add a better feel to it, and then we can make the other one's really dark. Move that over here. Oops, two moved over. Dark, dark. Even darker. Yeah, like this dark. So you can tell it's the shaded area. Next, let's make this also a darker shade. We have our regular shade. And then let's do a more orangish, paler. Even darker, more orange. That looks pale. We don't want pale, we want warm. Maybe we keep it. I think the I was waiting on something, a delivery at 6. Second. Okay. Book! Got a new book. Now let's see. He's right. Wonderful. Yep, a nice new art book to read. Study through. Super excited for that. Some nice reading, some nice warm tea. Now about this mushroom. I had the right idea with the shading. I make sure the okay, music's working. Mic's working, we should be good to go now. I'm thinking maybe we can make this brighter. I did like that idea that they had. Like a nice, bright, saturated color to shine on the mushrooms. Something like this. What kind of book? Art. Nice art book for color, not color, shading. Which we're talking about. I was hoping to possibly read it yesterday, but didn't happen. That's all nice and dandy. I can do that today. Thinking, yeah. I do like the idea of having it really be highlighted for the separation, but that's a little bit too highlighted. This is some nice calming music. I like it. Helping. No, brightening that doesn't help. I'm trying to think, what else can we add? What else can we tweak a little bit? Maybe we can just go with this really dark outline. That works a little. Maybe can get deleted? No, that needs to stay there where it belongs. So interesting. These are blues. This is a very cool mushroom. Okay, it's showing up now. This is a very cool mushroom compared to these, which is an interesting take. And this is a very warm and bright mushroom. Any favorite artist? It would take me a second to list them. I have pixel artists I like. I have traditional artists I like. I have pixel artists I like. And I'm not that good at names. So I'd have to look, find through them. Thank you for following, Yuki. Let's see. I'm thinking I want a brighter outline. Maybe something like this? Maybe. Maybe we're onto something. Something like... do a bit of an outline here. Okay. This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea and I saw it through. Hi! Welcome! Let's... we're in the middle of trying to re-edit my mushrooms. I drew these. These are from games. So all I'm trying to do is... I did this blind and now I'm going back and re-editing everything. I'm trying making it more... what can I upgrade? What can I improve about it? Definitely not this. I am moving in the wrong direction. Maybe a little bit more saturated. A little bit darker. Maybe something like this? Maybe. Give it a try. Something to this. See, I don't want that there, but I think it has to be there. You know what? I'm gonna throw it away. Nope, don't need it. Don't want it, don't need it. And this is battle music again. Let me try to change it. Onto something with a bright red? I think so. I think it just needs to be different. I think it needs to be a little bit lighter. Try a dark gray blue. We don't want to do blue. It's very warm. If we wanted to do blue, we would do something cool like this. These are very cool colors. Even this red is really cool. You can see. We want to stick with stuff that's warm. Totally opposite? I mean, we could try. I'm not opposed. Where should we make something cool at? Something with a bright red. I'm thinking we add the bright red to... Oops. Bright red. Maybe something like this. A bit of a shine to this outline. Like that. You know what? Not too bad. Not too bad. Maybe we can take this red and take this dark color. And then remove this mushroom. We don't even need this mushroom anymore. Take that. And then let's try to get a color between the two. Something like color hue and do 1. And then we can put that here. To be honest, that looks the exact same. I wouldn't even be able to tell. So it's not worth changing. The important part with Pixelart is just making sure you can see the change. They're so tiny up top, and if you can see the change, you know you're doing something right. Here, I can zoom in a little bit on these. Make it a little bit easier to see, but still zoomed out. Maybe... I do like this shiny bit. Maybe we can add a little bit more highlight, make it a little bit more saturated. Warmer. Something like this. No, it looks too metallic-y. I think the simple bright red helped. Just a simple add. Yeah, I think that helped. You can see here it's a yellow. Maybe we can do something like that. Add a yellow feel to it to make it brighter instead of doing the other ones. Maybe something like this. But then it kind of blends in with the mushroom. Maybe instead we can do something like this. Bright orange. Not too bright. Outline here. That could work. Oops. That. I'm not feeling that. I think the dark worked well. And then having this be... No. We want it a little bit dark, not too dark. Move that there. Something like this. I think can help make the shaft pop out a little bit more. This is all in darkness. Then when it switches over to here, it goes a little brighter. Might be able to make it a little bit darker. Up the feel of the change to it. Then let's try making these a little bit darker. A little bit warmer. Warm and dark. Warm and dark is the aim of the game. A little bit more saturation. Maybe some of these. This is in the dark, you have to remember. And this is in the light. Keeping that in mind, how can we make your red a little bit darker? Maybe we can change this. Over here. A little bit darker, a little bit of a shift. But I still want to... Okay, it's still brighter than that, so I'm thinking... something like this. And then this can be a little bit brighter. Here. This. A little bit brighter. Okay, that's too bright. Maybe... No, I like the red feel to it. I don't really like the pastel idea, but I think the red feel makes it feel better. Now, we might be adding too many colors. That is always a thing. But I think for what we're doing, it works. You maybe make that a little bit different. Maybe this can come down a little bit. Yeah, I think that works. Then maybe what we can do is make some of this underside a little bit darker. Because it's pretty bright. It's pretty bright. Let's try Darken the entire stem will make it easier to focus on the hat. That is a good idea. Thinking of darkening it like this, so just it can just stay in the background. But I do want you to see the underside, but darkening the stem. How can we darken the stem? Let's see. Yeah, a lot of these stems are dark. Some of them are. If we go into grayscale, with color mode, you can notice, yeah, we probably do need to darken this room. Right now, the eyes are probably going to draw on here because this is the brightest part. If we go to these mushrooms, you can notice white's the brightest. White's the brightest. Well, I mean, this cool one has a very bright stem. A lot of these, let's try, yeah, maybe lowering that hue will help. Not lowering the hue, lowering the brightness. I think that'll definitely help. We can even start off with a different color. Okay, not too different. Maybe darker, less saturated, I think would be helpful. It's still bright. Less saturated. I like me some saturation. A little bit more saturated. Saturated, not too saturated. A little bit of oomph. Maybe like this. I want it to be brighter. A bit brighter. Bright, color mode, grayscale. Color mode. I think this helps. Maybe we can also make the red a brighter tone, possibly to help. But red's just naturally a really dark color. But I definitely think compared to this helps. So let's try undoing and maybe rounding out the sprite a bit. Starting to look better already? Yeah, I think that was a great suggestion. Let's make this a little bit darker. This is exactly what I like about streaming. If I can't see something, other people can see it. Happy you're here to help, bunny. Let's darker, better, darker, darker, darker. I want it to be different than this back color, but for now we can just do this to get a feel of the land, so to speak. I'm thinking something a little lighter than this. I didn't even realize this is a red. I thought it'd be more of a brown. That's a reddish brown, surprisingly. Well, maybe we can do... Oh, I remember this song. Simple Times. It's one of my favorites. Darker. Lighter, lighter, darker. I think this works. Maybe... It's different. Not too different. Hello, hello! Welcome! How do you say that? Nick? That's my best guess. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome. We're trying to re-edit some sprites at the moment. Going! I see. Good. I'm glad I got it right. Now let's add a darker color here as like a shadow. Yeah, welcome. Maybe something like this for shading. Maybe something more like that is better. I'm thinking like this. You can kind of zoom out a little bit. I mean, I kind of liked how the white one was, but I definitely think it was too much. I think I might have went in the opposite direction though. Maybe... What can we do? I definitely think this is a very dull tone. That's a little better. Okay, I feel a little better now. It's all about that saturation for me. One skill I want to get good at is saturation. Not everything can be saturated, definitely. The push and pull. Maybe more in the middle of the two? That's what I'm thinking. Something a little bit... Not too much. Let's see. The issue right now is we're not really drawing focus to the bottom of the shroom. I mean top. Right now it's just the bottom focus. For example, here This is really bright. We want to darken this so that this shines more. 100% saturation on everything. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Exactly. That's the best way to be. I am a fan. Yep. I'm thinking... I do like this brown. I think it's just what's surrounding the brown. What's not working. Possibly. I think this works fine. But then... Possibly what's not working is... lighting? That could be one. Maybe this outline's too dark. Let's try that. A little bit darker here, a little bit darker here. A little bit darker. Something like this instead. Now it blends in with the back. Oh boy. We could do something like that. So this is the back, this is more of the front view. And this is the dark version, but now that's too dark. Maybe... What color is the light supposed to be? Just, it's a natural light. There's no real distinction for the lights. Like up here, you can see it's a... What color would that light be? This is more of a styled, bright, warm. But this one's more cool. Is it a cool light versus a warm light, or is it just a cool mushroom versus a light mushroom? When I did my mushrooms, it was a matter of trying to first figure out the shape. And after that came the difficult part of how to color it now. To that... Trying to get right. Maybe this has to be darker. And maybe the underside of the mushroom also has to be darker. Draw your attention away. Like that sort of dark. In which case, we can bring back this light again, because it's brighter. And then... dark, dark, a little darker. Maybe something like this. Could go for more yellowish tones for the light and bluish for the dark. That's true. Yellowish. Yep. Yellowish. Maybe we can do... It was suggested to me. Definitely don't want to go colder. I want to go warmer. Yellow. Wait, we can add more yellow. Maybe up here, possibly. Something to make it pop out a little bit more since it's up top. Then we can add back down here. Me at least. Color always feels duller, depending on how you do it. Cooler, but it doesn't work. Did I do it down here? Oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. I know how I did it down there. I think I can replicate my idea. Move down here. Closing in. Let's see. Internet went out again? Oh. I hope you're able to get that fixed soon. But welcome back. What would that make this? The third time? Fourth time? This needs to be a little bit brighter. But I appreciate you continuing to come back. Fix internet with hammer. Yes. One blow. It only takes once. One good hit. Big brained. Let's see. I think that's what I did here. And then... I did something like this. We go back to our colors. Now, I'm not really feeling that light color. Maybe we can do something like this. Eyes. This isn't shade. It's a little bit darker. Maybe all of this can be shade. This goes there. And then this becomes... You're at your parents' place right now, so you'll be having internet. Oof. I wish you luck. I have had that before, and no internet or very slow internet, it's very frustrating. It's very hard. Hope you've got a good book or something. Something nice to keep you company. Let's see. Grayscale. I think that's better. Have your light tip, darker colors. Definitely has a different feel than this. We're onto something. I worry it kind of blends in a little bit too much. Maybe this is where the cool colors could come in. Maybe we can do a colder... colder color for back here. To the extent of... What's green? I mean, you can't really see it's green if you look up top. Kinda just depends. You started reading Frankenstein, so you might keep reading that after your stream. Ooh, Frankenstein, like the original Frankenstein? Person just does black. Original one? Or, I mean, I feel like there's only one original. I've thought about reading old literature, but it's very hard to read. Ah, interesting. That's super interesting. How far have you gotten? Let's move this over maybe to pink. Not really. Maybe we can move this over. And then bring in your darker purple. Darker purple. Let's see. Yeah. Might be nearing something here. How long is it? I do think this purple works. Maybe we can make a darker purple. Like this. I want to know it's a purple. Okay, maybe I don't want to know it's a purple. This even down, deeper and darker. Go on. Good luck. Why did you choose to read it? What made you want to dive into that sort of thing? Add some highlight. Maybe something like this. This? No. A little better. Maybe only one highlight. Zoom out a little bit and see what did other artists do. I mean, they kind of did do highlights. You can see this one up here, there's no bottom to the shroom, which is interesting. Maybe we can do... I learned you can do blocks. Maybe something like that. I think this... No. That. Like what I already did. Drawing this for something? No, not really. It's a... I mean, I'm drawing it for research purposes. For studying. The goal is to learn how to draw icons in this case. What makes icons? Why are icons so cool looking? I will be... Well, I plan on making games, so in the long run, this is for something. Doing this study... Relatable, yep. Doing this study allows me to give an aspect of pixel art when it comes to game dev a try. The real goal is just... Well, I'm doing... One of us! One of us! Exactly! Let's see. I'm thinking... I mean, that yellow kind of works as just a sort of pop of color. I can say for sure, because you read a few Sherlock Holmes stories and then you decided you wanted to read another. Ah, Sherlock Holmes. I think I tried reading it before and I didn't like it. Just I couldn't get down with it. I think this is a good upgrade though. Overall, maybe we can try a little bit of anti-aliasing. I had to do that for a school project once, and I didn't finish it. I didn't like it. It was Terrific! He's good, is he? I don't know, it's definitely, it's just never been, I like mystery, but, same, yep. Something like that, maybe. And then, maybe we can mix these two colors together. Create something a little bit darker, a little bit rounder. He's gonna mean you telling me he's the same, but, I mean, telling me he's good, but where's your evidence? I'm gonna need some raw proof. The best part of the first is when the author suddenly decides to write another story in the middle of the book. Yeah, it sums it up. And then perfectly weaves it together with a main story. You're talking about the good old B plot, aren't you? These, you were mind blown. Authors can do crazy things. It's wonderful, but man, magic. Making these purples a little bit more purple. Hands rubbing together. I think we're for the most part done. We add a little bit of that. It wasn't a B plot, huh? Alright, then explain. I'm all ears. All ears and willing to listen while I compile all of the art together. Uno reverse, is that what that is? Can't tell too much. It looks like a goose with a card. Looks like a reverse. There is my other layers. Ah, good old classic painful failures. Fine. Learning from mistakes is great. I'll copy that and paste it here. I'll paste it here. And then I will hide you. Did I hide you right? No, I didn't. Where are you guys at? No. Ah, okay. It serves as context for all the clues that he's been following. It sounds like Glock. I see, though. It makes sense. That's very important when it comes to mysteries, is making sure everything fits together. Where are my eggs at? Aha! I found ya. I'll grab you. Oh, I get it. What have you been liking about it? My egg renditions. Where do I have to hide it at? There we go. Save? Oh, it saves automatically, though, right, you're right. I should be saving more often. I agree. And then lastly, our honeycomb. Go down here. And we'll copy. And like so. All the way up here. Is that a plugin? Which one? I have a few on here. I will say. Kinda depends. Autosaving? No! I'm pretty sure Ace Sprite autosaves on its own. Or at least, that's what it's been like for me. Unless I'm mistaken, but it always feels like... Maybe I am my own autosaver. I just do it instinctively from programming that I get so panicked and terrified. Let me move us back to... Where is it at? This screen? Yeah, it's this screen. And let me change the music. If I can find the music. It's the best thing ever. You had Ken Schlock and Watson. Watson's obviously... I see. The good old hand cannons. Do love those. What makes you say that? Oops. Let me choose some, maybe some of this music. This one a little bit more vibe. I'll take it. Well, this one's called Big Personality. Let's try this one. That works. If I do say so myself. Got a big personality. Okay, let's just wrap up what we went over, what we've done today. It was, oh wow, it's 6:51. Wow, okay. Today we went over, probably draw something but feeling lazy. That's fine, you can always draw something small. Watson gets shot at some point and it is the only time. Yeah, I can see it. always the ones that seem like they don't have a lot of emotion that end up having a lot of emotion. You're like, man, that works out. Let's see. Overview. We went over the overview. Resources, I talked about documents, I talked about draws the universe. Oh no, you only need a little bit, like even one dot. That works out. Resources, we talked about documents, YouTube playlists, YouTube videos that you could watch. After that, we went over just basic shading, and I can pull you in here. Where is it at? Hey, Sprite, we're going back. And I can hide that and open this. Every star in the sky. Psh, how hard could that be? Also, Watson has this obsession with analyzing. Have you seen any of the shows? Curious. This is the best time to understand, not get angry. I see. Those are always the best. See you in one... I can't read that number. I tried, and I failed. One glance. We talked about outlines, shading in general, different types of shading. You have your black outlines, your colored outlines, your shaded color, and your no outlines. We did this with a dodgeball. Came up with some ideas. Haven't seen it? I've heard bad things. I'll maybe stay away. I kind of like this one where we did dithering. We gave dithering a try as the dodgeball we were referencing. Do I still have it? No. The dodgeball we were referencing had a lot of texture, so the dithering kind of showed some texture. Here up top, there was lighting. We tried different lightings, different angles. We stayed on dodgeball longer than we should have. In that case, you should give it a try. Oh, you, Nick, I see. Scenes and episodes, yeah. Maybe. After we did a general outline of shading, we then gave an attempt at drawing. And let me go ahead and pull this down. Open this. This was our first attempt. Well, all of these for egg. We tried to draw an egg icon, or item. We tried to draw an egg item. This was the original last one we tried, and then we tried to do just a basic outline, shaded outline, no outline. We did the same with honeycomb, where we did, after we came up with some ideas of the honeycomb, basic inline shading where the outline is black but the inside isn't. We did the single colored, shaded outline, and no outline. And then we took forever to figure out the mushroom, but it worked out. For the mushroom, we had to do a bit of a different approach with the outline. Here, after not being able to draw this, it was, oh man, it was a journey. We came up with some maybe shape designs, ideas, kind of just pushing and pulling until we landed on this mushroom design. From there, we went and we added shading and the lights, or not the lights, the white spots. And then we went with the black outline, black shaded outline, regular shaded, and regular color outline. This is shaded color outline, and this is outline-less. From there, what I did was took you on a bit of a... From there, I took you on a bit of a field trip, and we went around in Minecraft, looked at some textures, looked at some blocks, messed around with some of the texture packs to just look around and see how something so simple like Minecraft, you can change just the feeling of it. And from the Minecraft, let me open up this. Here we have some textures. I went over these. These were basically the texture packs. Let me add the names. Do I have them? Labels. There are 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. There are 5 textures in total. 5 texture packs. And it was something to note how each artist went about items in a different way. So the goal was to compare and contrast, see what we like, see what we didn't like, notice the differences. I just chose some items out here, from sunflowers to hay, slime to even apples. From there, we went back and did our... Going back to label 2. From there, we touched up our sprites. Not sprites. Well, they're sprites, but let's just say we touched up our icons. And after we did these, this is the new and improved egg we came up with. Here is the new and improved honeycomb that we came up with. This one here. And here is the new and improved mushroom that you two helped me come up with. that is today's stream, though. Let me go ahead and do some How about this? And let me go ahead and... I don't like your two things at once. Oh, there we go. Vibe. Does it say vibe or height? Just chatting though. Alright, this is the right one. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching, even if you just tuned in. This was super fun. I'm happy we did it, and I can't wait for next week. Not too sure what we'll do, but if you're just joining or if you're just watching me, next week on, I stream on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays at 2 p.m. EST. And on Friday, we're going to be playing some typing games to work on a typing game that's a cafe game where you have to type to serve customers. It's a whole thing. I'm sure you'd like it. The goal of Friday will be to just play games, study games, and see how they made typing fun. And then on Friday, Saturday, we'll be trying to prototype a game in Godot, try and make typing fun. And after that, on Sunday, we'll do something pixel art. Not too sure quite yet, but I am open to suggestions if you have any. That'll be it from me, though. I'm gonna go get some tea, read the book, and good luck with your Frankenstein. Thank you for coming. The ending. I always get so confused.